Every year, more than 1.3 million people die in road traffic crashes. That's one person every 24 seconds. Road traffic crashes are the leading cause of death for children and young adults. We have made so much progress, but we still have a long road ahead. We need a new vision for creating safe, healthy, green, and livable cities.
The World Health Organization Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus talking on road safety to commemorate the 6th Global Road Safety Week. Speeding continues to be of great concern to all, and so is the call to focus on speed management and what can be done to achieve this key factor for traffic deaths and injuries. Welcome to Road Matters. Now, road users in Nigeria often complain of bad roads and how difficult driving can be on those roads. But once the roads are constructed to standard, they start to speed as though it is a racetrack, putting a lot to risk. That wasn't the popular car race game. That was a man in a haste, over speeding. Speeding, either on highway or within the residential city areas, do not add much value. Rather, it contributes immensely to the number of road crashes, fatalities, and disability from road crashes.
We're just going to CSC along this express. So vehicles were coming and passing and passing. All I heard was the heat from my back. I lose control. As I lose control, almost to enter express, but I control it down to this place. I did not even know the car that hit me, but I saw the one scattered on the express. That one hit another one that finally threw them out there. So the man came out and saw me with phone. People rescued me out, so I had to pick my phone. So he was saying I was making calls. I said, me making calls? That was the one driving. The one that was with the phone was with my son. And he was not even making calls that, okay, collect my phone and check when the last call or whether I call came in before the incident. At least you use your phone and call your Oga. So we have to know that time because me, I have not called anybody. So what they did was to call the Oga. Oga came with almost like 15 mobile policemen, all gone. When they came, they just tell me to thank God that no life is lost. That is all what the CSP told me. Maybe he was distracted. As he said I was the one making calls. Maybe he was making calls because I did not hit anybody. It's the impact of his hitting that threw me out here.
So I'd like to speed, maybe if you see a good road and probably you are in a haze. There are some things that I used to make some people to be speeding. And they want to meet up with the time that they put in their mind. I want to get to that place in so time. While some people speed because they want to know how it feels when you speed. While some people speed because somebody told them that when you speed like this, you notice some of your wheels are doing this and that. So they want to experience that.
Limit is about 60 kilometers per hour. But when I go outside the town, 120 maximum. Because of my age, because we think our sons, our children, our grandchildren. So, but the younger ones can do 150, 180. But we have to think about our family, both nuclear and extended, and our grandchildren, our children, our grandchildren, so that they won't be carried. Because speed kills. We go slowly to get there faster. Because if there's anything, something that is speeding, we'll encounter on the road. If I go at the same speed, at my maximum speed, I'll get there faster than him. Go slowly to get there faster. That's the adage.
It all depends, Sha. It depends on the road, though. When I get a smooth, clean road, it depends. If there are no cars in front of me, I take it to this thing, about 90 or so.
It causes accident in the roads. At times, some people may just collide in the road and die as a result of that too much speed. They are not thinking about what is going to happen due to the fact that their speed is too much. That is why these people, if they see the road is too smooth, there is no any damage in the roads, so they think they will drive faster. So that one will cause problem. We call accident in the road. Know the rules and regulations for attending driving. They are used to advise at times how they are going to drive their car in the federal roads, in the local roads. So they used to follow the rules and regulations so that to avoid that accident.
Individual differences. The way Mr. A reason is different from the way Mr. B reason. As a normal, mature driver, if you are applying on a smooth road and you discover that the town is busy, at least your sense should come to you that this place is a busy town. You have to bring that to release your speed. Who acquire driver license without, they are not being trained. They don't know the rule and regulation on the road. So they feel that as the road is smooth, you can just be marching, be accelerating, and be speeding. Before you be issued a driver license, there is a peculiar procedure you will pass that will make sure that you know the road sign. Because all those zebra crossing, many drivers don't know it. Like at time when you park to wait for a zebra cross, they will be insulting you because they don't know it.
Speed limit is determined according to individual. You move according to the space. There is a road network in this place, while other village there's no road network. So you cannot move the way is expected in the village compared to the city. What most cause speed to those our driver is most of them, they have targets. They want to meet up. Some of them have a lot of needs. So they now bring everything together to want to meet up a day. So they want to like, okay, let me drop this person on time and let me meet up. That is all. Let your mind be in a good state of mind before you're driving. That will help you a lot. Don't drive under tension. Don't move under tension. If you know that you're under tension, you don't need to go under steering because it will cause more havoc to yourself. At the end of the day, where you are hurrying to, you will not be there. As a driver, you are welcome is the best language than you are sorry.
My speed limit is 60, 80. But when I go down, my wife is worrying me about many things. I will confuse. I start going 140, 160. Maybe your wife says you should give her money for so and so. Maybe you don't have enough, and she starts, worrying you, and you might start thinking about it. Maybe instead of to maintain 80, you start seeing yourself going on 120 or even 160. So those factors can cause, you will not be able to control your speed limit. If the women can help us so that to balance our mental distance, I think we can go a long way to maintain our speed.
This target of 30 kilometers per hour was not just decided haphazardly. It wasn't just a guesswork. It was followed quality research and evidence-backed process, where it was found that if a vehicle hits you at 30 kilometers per hour, the chances of dying is just about 1% or below. And that 1% is because maybe for children, if a child is hit at that speed, if an adult is at that speed, it will rarely die. However, if the same vehicle hits you at 40 kilometers per hour, it increases the chance of dying by 7% to 7%. And if we perhaps hit you at 60 kilometers per hour, it increases the chance of dying to 30%. By the time you are going to 80 kilometers per hour, the chance of dying increases almost to 70–80%. So you see, based on that, so if crashes will occur, particularly in areas people are living, built-up areas and near schools and all that, and people are hit at this 30 kilometers per hour, people are hit at this 30 kilometers per hour, then the chances of dying will be very minimal. Whereas you are not able to completely stop the crashes, but at least stop the people from dying from crashes. So that was what UN described as the safe system approach, fail-safe system approach. You failed to meet the target, but at least let it fail safe. But the most important method actually is advocacy. Let people understand with empiric evidence that this is the reason why we're talking about 30 kilometers per hour. And the benefit you are going to get by driving faster adds little value, just maybe less than 5% value of what you're going to get, and exposes you to higher risk of being maimed for life or even dying. So that is one. So when people understand, so one method is advocacy, massive advocacy of road user behavior. The other method to achieve it is to instill some physical structures at the appropriate sites. That also has to be in terms of engaging the people that provide that. And then, of course, talk to Nigerians to use it. Because you see people who disobey the use of pedestrian bridges and want to run across, where vehicles are meant to be driving at even at a higher speed than even 30 kilometers per hour. If you are hit in that situation, you won't be blaming the vehicles, okay? Because you look for trouble, okay? So those are methods we think that can be enforced. And then, of course, there has to be method to identify offenders using technology, either by the use of speed cameras, by the use of radar guns. So people so we don't have law enforcement agents running around looking for traffic offenders. Once you've broken the law, in fact, that was one of the things the Vice President said. So there has to be a technology-driven system. You break the law, you'll be fished out. Nobody is chasing you, but the system has gotten you. And of course, a ticket, a fine, which should be appropriate enough to serve as deterrent, should be given to offenders. And of course, now we have digital imprint in terms of digital identity. With that, your number plate, you can be tracked. Road safety already has that system in place. And when they track you, they send you your fine. And if you fail to pay, the penalty increases. Overseas, nobody is chasing you. Once you break the law and your fine is £50 or $50, and you fail to pay, by the time you have defaulted in payment, it multiplies in folds. So nobody will tell you to just go and pay. And once you pay once, you won't want to break it again. So those are various methods to enforce it. For us in the UN Decade of Action and injury prevention, on road safety and injury prevention, what we're doing is we're more or less bringing the collaboration among all the various stakeholders. We are not primarily going to do road safety work. We are not primarily going to do the work of Federal Ministry of Works. We are not primarily going to do the work of Federal Ministry of Transportation or that of Health. In as much as health is secretariat, because WHO is the focal point for the United Nations on that. It's a public health issue. So what we're doing is bringing all these stakeholders and telling them this is your role, this is your responsibility, this is the area you should do. Do that within your own capacity and capability.
Managing speed is very key to address the issues of road crashes and essential for a safer road.
Low-speed streets are an important part of that vision. Evidence shows that limiting driving speeds to 30 kilometers or 20 miles per hour in cities significantly reduces road traffic deaths and injuries. It also promotes healthier lifestyles through walking and cycling and decreases air and noise pollution. WHO is committed to supporting countries and cities to implement speed management and other safety measures. Cities must not only set sensible speed limits, but also enforce them.
Understanding the dangers of speed and actions or measures taken to address speeding will save lives on the road. Michael Schumacher and Lewis Hamilton do not race on regular roads. They are designated racetracks for that. Do not on the regular roads to racetracks. Families are affected with this menace, and children and youths are playing their part.
Road safety is cool. It is taught in schools. Speed may be few, but it has skills. Follow the traffic lights. They are very bright. Don't drink and drive. Remember your family. Better safe than sorry.
Safety is something the driver should keep in the mind at all times. When operating a motorized vehicle, you have a responsibility to do your part to keep the roadway safe for yourself, other drivers, and passengers who may be affected by a traffic accident.
Stop, look, and listen. These 3 magic words is important when crossing the street. Use your eyes to see, use your ears to listen before you use your feet.
Staying alert, avoid assumptions, use turning signals, respect the yellow light, bring your vehicle to complete stop when you see the red light, obey speed limit. These are my safety tips I had for you on the road.
Never chase people, never make negative decisions at mid-time. In worst, mind. Trees are slow to grow, but they're the best fruit. Good things come to those who wait for fruit. Keep patient and drive slowly. Not only a slavery, but is a way of life.
The road. Over 2,000 lives has been lost on the road. How many more needs to be lost until we take action? The road as we see it is another position for the people to mobilize themselves from a place to another. But how can this be done when the roads are compromised? How can this be done when the roads are not managed? How can this be done when there is overspeeding on the road? How can this be done when a man is speeding at 120 on a road of just 60? Every road signs and road maps must be strictly adhered to, as they are there to inform and to educate the drivers as they move. Every road sign are not just there just to be seen and to continue the movement. It's there to prepare the driver of what is to come. It's there to prepare the driver of what he is likely to meet. Every road sign there must always mark children crossing, a U-bend, a L-bend, a V-bend, maintain 60, maintain 80. You must not violate these rules. Some drivers are still reckless. Some drivers still drive like there's another life beyond the life they are having. No. Every driver out there is precious, just as our roads are precious. We must use the road carefully. We must use the road judiciously. Don't drive drunk. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive and drink. All you need to drink is water. Alcohol in your car while driving could endanger your life. Ignoring the road signs could endanger your life. Overspeeding could endanger your life. So why should you lose your life today when you can make it a better possession of yours tomorrow? It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be a victim of accidents. Stay alive today, and tomorrow you'll be a better person. I am Isaac Ido. Stay alive.
There's just something about speed and simplicity, but that speed and simplicity can be deceiving when you get behind the wheel. 30-year-old Emily sent this text message to her husband: "I love you and I'll try to make you happy." Moments later, Emily was killed when her car slammed into the back of a tractor trailer. 18-year-old Midi was also texting when his car slammed into the back of a truck at 80 miles per hour. His final text was,
"Driving and Facebooking is not safe. Ha ha."
You probably think that this thing can happen to you. You are not alone. 55% of young adult drivers say that it is easy to text and drive. 3/4 of the same young adults feel that they are really good texting behind the wheels. Reality is, they are all delusional. That quick look at your phone takes longer than you think. 5 seconds are really long. Imagine you're driving on the road and someone suddenly covers your face for 5 quick seconds, like this. You will probably feel very lucky if you didn't crash. But you chose to take your sight off the road just like that anytime you're sending or reading a text. Texting and driving is fast becoming the leading cause of teens' death on the road world over, surpassing even drinking and driving. But if you think dying in a car crash is the worst thing that happens to you, I tell you it is not. You can survive after you've killed someone else. Imagine spending the rest of your life knowing you killed someone just because of a text message. Now imagine going to jail just because of text message. Still think it will never happen to you? Still think you're the special one? There are so many that have been found guilty of texting while driving. But you can make a difference, just like so many young people have vowed not to text and drive. Leave your cell phone alone while driving. If you must send a text message, pull off the road into a parking lot or anywhere that is safe. No text is so important that it should cost your life or the life of someone else. You are not different. You are not special. You're just another accident waiting to happen if you do not desist from texting and driving. So, don't text and drive.
Keep watching Road Matters.
We can all do better for the safety of all and the future generations, where they can walk, live, and move free. Our roads can be safe when you begin to see your family as other road users. This concludes the episode this week. You can stay in touch with the program on the social media handle on Twitter at RoadMattersNTA or send a mail to roadmatters@nta.ng. Until the next episode, I am Fatima Umar. Good roads should be safer roads.
Safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport systems just make good sense. As we recover and rebuild from COVID-19, let's make safer roads for a safer world. I thank you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Nobody has ever seen anything like this. It's not an epidemic, it's a pandemic that's gone endemic. So it's come as a shock, it's hit the whole globe, and it's not going anywhere in a hurry. It's here, to stay. So we have to deal with that. If you look at tourism, and especially the human part of it, tourism is the largest employer of specific demographics of the labor force, women and the youth. If you look at those specific numbers globally, 300 million. It has hit every aspect of the tourism ecosystem. The transportation, the hospitality, the entertainment. It's been devastating. Expensive and glamorous isn't selling much right now. Secure, COVID compliant, safe is what's selling now. Hotel, room service, spa, salon, buffet, my bed sheets, my towel, they're all things that have to be taken into serious consideration and rejigged. to make the visit comfortable. And it's not just about physical comfort. It's about the medical information that is out there and how compliant that hotel is and how people feel. And it's not just local, it's global. So if you don't do it, it's tough for you to say you are going to get out of that new market. Without the legal framework, without a law, the oil industry would never have taken off. Without a law, the telecoms industry would not be what it is today. Without a law, the banking industry would not be what it is today. So tourism is asking for a law that takes us from 090, not 90, to 0803. That is what it's going to do. And it's simple. It gives people clear lines. It sends a statement that this is a business. It's a business that you can invest in. It's a business you can borrow for. It sends a statement that we are serious about tourism. Now, people are not going to want to travel far from home, so you want to be close to home. You also probably not want to go to a place where the mortality rate was very high. You probably want to go to somewhere where the mortality rate was moderate to low. So, our domestic tourism agenda that we have had for a few years, and we're still sticking to. So, it's local, national, regional, and international confidence will now build up on that. Tourism is a quick start. It's a quick start for post-disaster recovery. And if you look at 9/11, tourism was a very useful tool in restarting the American recession that followed that. We look at the global economic meltdown. Again, tourism was a useful tool in its recovery. If you look at the case of Rwanda's recovery, tourism was also a good tool. All those destinations that used to so love Nigerians coming are screaming because Nigerians are not coming. And I'm happy. I'm sorry. I'm happy that Nigerians are staying in Nigeria. What I'm now encouraging Nigerians to do is to understand that this is not the time, honestly, that we can ask this country, considering our finances and the global recession we are expecting post or even during this pandemic. Don't ask what Nigeria can do for you. Ask yourself, what can you do for Nigeria now? Because that's where we are.
Good morning and welcome to the news at 10 on the network service of the NTA. We are reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. I am Norlin Ebel Ame. Here are the headlines. Zamfara State government secures release of 11 kidnapped victims, including 9 travelers. National Security Advisor directs dismantling of illegal security outfits in Nigeria. Attackers of police facilities neutralized in Imo. Popular tele-evangelist TB Joshua dies at 57, remains deposited at a private mortuary in Ikeja. We begin the news with security concerns. Police in Zamfara State, in collaboration with the state government Peace Committee, have facilitated the release of 11 kidnapped victims who were abducted on Friday this week along Gusau Zaria Road. A statement issued by a spokesman of the Zamfara State Police Command, SP Shehu Muhammad, indicates that 9 of the victims, who are natives of Katsina State, were abducted by suspected armed bandits while coming back from a local market in Zamfara State. The statement says that prompted police operatives in collaboration with Zamfara State Government Peace Committee to swing into action and eventually succeeded in rescuing all the victims unhurt. According to the statement, the released captives had been medically checked and debriefed before they were reunited with their families. The Imo State Police Command says the attack on its command headquarters has resulted in the killing of the mastermind of series of assault on police formations in the state. The public relations officer, Bala Elkana, made this known to journalists after the latest attack on the police headquarters, Owerri. Loretta Arinze-Gwim has details.
The attempted attack on the Imo State Command Headquarters early hours of Sunday, June 6, 2021, is one out of the many attacks targeted at individuals and facilities in Imo State. Briefing journalists in Owerri, the police public relations officer, Bala Ekana, says the attempted attack on the police command headquarters was successfully repelled through a multi-agency collaboration. He says the police special forces, in synergy with the army, DSS and other forces, engaged the attackers in a gun duel, which led to the killing of 5 of the bandits, while 1 was captured alive.
Here among the 5 is the dreaded, notorious dragon that everybody is talking about. He is the leader of the gang in Imo State. He is the one masterminding all the attacks we are seeing. He is the one coordinating it. He is the overall boss, leading the operations.
He urges anyone in custody of weapons possibly stolen by the bandits from security agencies to return them to the nearest police station or any of the military formations in the state on or before the 12th of June 2021, as anybody caught after the deadline will face the full weight of the law. One of the suspects captured alive confessed to the crime.
The policemen got me, and not only me, we are more than 5, we are more than 7.
Items recovered from the suspects include 1 Hummer bus with explosive device, 4 AK-47, security uniform, charms, among others. In Owerri, Loretta Arinze-Gwim, NTA News.
And still staying with Imo State, unknown gunmen have attempted an attack on the Imo State Police Command headquarters. A statement by the police public relations officer, Bala Elkana, confirms that the attempted attack, which took place Sunday morning, June 6, 2021, suffered a huge defeat as the effort by the attackers, who came in a white Hummer bus to access the police headquarters through works layout around Avan Nursery and Primary School, was vehemently repelled. It further indicates that 5 of the hoodlums were killed, with 4 AK-47 rifles stolen from the police during recent attack recovered. The PPRO also confirmed that 1 officer was critically injured and is presently receiving medical attention. The Delta State Police Command has confirmed the attack on the Ashaka Divisional Police Headquarters in Ndoka East local government of the state by gunmen on Sunday morning.
By the acting police public relations officer, Bright Edafe, indicates that the armed men, numbering about 20, were said to have stormed Chaka police station through improvised explosive fire. And also with North Development, the tactical team of the command has killed 6 armed robbers encountered along Iseluku Umunede Aziz in Aniocha North local government area of the state, and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 pump action gun, and 1 AK-47 magazine with 25 live ammunitions during operation in the hideout of suspected armed robbers and kidnappers. Similarly, 4 other criminal suspects were apprehended by the command and 1 locally made Barrett's pistol recovered while on top and search duty along Patani Bayelsa Road. The State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Ari, has, however, assured Deltans of protection of their lives and property while urging the public to provide police necessary information to help combat crime in the state.
The Delta State Police Command has confirmed the attack on the Ashaka Divisional Police Headquarters in Nduka East local government of the state by gunmen on Sunday morning. The armed men, numbering about 20, were said to have stormed Ashaka police station through improvised explosive devices at the station, shot sporadically, and set the police station that was built by the community on fire, and also burnt down 1 patrol vehicle. The statement by the acting police public relations officer, Bright Idafe, indicates that no life was lost and no arm was taken away. However, the command said it will not relent in ensuring that law and order is maintained in any community. He further warned that the hoodlums who perpetrated this dastardly act will certainly not go free, as serious efforts are on to arrest them and bring them to book. In another development, the tactical team of the command has killed 6 armed robbers encountered along Iseleuku Umunede axis in Aniocha North local government area of the state and recovered 1 AK-47 rifle, 1 pump action gun, and 1 AK-47 magazine with 25 live ammunitions during operation in the hideout of suspected armed robbers and kidnappers. Similarly, 4 other criminal suspects were apprehended by the command and 1 locally made Barrett's pistol recovered while on stop and search duty along Patani Bayelsa Road. The State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Ari, has, however, assured Deltans of protection of their lives and property while urging the public to provide the police necessary information to help combat crime in the state. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo says he is being briefed on the attack in Igangan, Ibarapa local government area of the state in the early hours of Sunday. The governor calls for calm over the invasion of suspected gunmen. The peace of Igangan town in Oyo State was disrupted early this morning when bandits invaded attacked the people. Several buildings, including the abducted in an Islamia school in Tegena, Niger State, have received words of encouragement. This was sequel to a meeting summoned by some political and traditional rulers of the area. Abdullahi Muhammad reports.
The goals and objectives of any educational system is to build a free, egalitarian and democratic society that will promote a united, strong and self-reliant nation. Many notable Nigerians have keyed into this initiative by complementing government efforts through the provision of educational facilities for people in their communities. Just like the case of Saliu Tanko Islamia School, Tegina, which was donated by an individual. Safia Ibrahim, who said she lives on goodwill from people, had a dream of bequeathing a better future to her children through education opportunity she never had. Safia, like many others in Tegina community who still have their worlds in the hands of abductors, said she has hope in education and it is strong and unwavering.
I still have hope in education. I pray they bring my children.
They want to stop and, destabilize education in Nigeria, and we are not ready for that.
The whole community is not safe, in fact. Actually, the whole community is upset. We are not settled at all.
It is hoped that the aspirations of this group of people will be rekindled as relevant authorities work out ways to ensure the safe return of the abducted pupils and teachers of Salutanko Islamia Tegina. Fatima Ali, NTA News.
The National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Mongono, has directed the immediate dismantling of illegal security outfits across the country aimed at extorting and harassing members of the public. In a statement, the National Security Advisor cautioned individual, domestic and foreign organizations on the activities of NATFORCE, which claimed to monitor the inflow of light and small weapons into the country. The statement says, National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons under the Office of the National Security Advisor is saddled with such mandate and cautioned NATFORCE on further interference. Major General Mongono urged stakeholders to mobilize support against the activities of these illegal outfits as Nigeria is set to implement Article 24 of the ECOWAS Convention on Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons. In another news, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has arrested 7 persons trying to import into Nigeria and export to the United Kingdom and Italy illicit substances at the Lagos International Airport. In a statement released by the Director, Media and Advocacy of the agency, Femi Baba Femi, says arrest of the suspects also followed with a seizure of 37.3 kg of illicit substances including cocaine, heroin, cannabis and skunk, all of which were intercepted and seized in 5 different beats. Chairman of NDLEA, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, commended the Lagos Airport Commander of the NDLEA, Amadou Garba, as well as officers and men of the airport command for their tenacity and their commitment to the mandate of ridding the nation of illicit drugs. Buba Marwa also charged them to remain unrelenting and always watch out for their disingenuous moods of concealment traffickers employ to beat detection. The news at 10 is reaching you on the network service of the NTA. Still ahead. Women in northern Nigeria say no to war.
This is NTA News 24 broadcasting from Abuja. You can watch us anywhere, anytime on the following platforms.
Start times, channel 101, Free TV, channel 703, channel 419, and channel 416.
For more information, log on to our website www.nta.ng or join us on our social media handles, Twitter at NTA News 24, Facebook at NTA News 24.
For comments, suggestions and inquiries, send an email to news24@nta.gov.ng or call us on the following numbers.
NTA News 24,
news and more news.
Thank you for staying with us on the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Now, MBS values export component of the trade at 2.907 trillion. Details of this and more with Comfort Amodu on Business News.
With the total value of trade imports pegged at 6.850 trillion naira, the National Bureau of Statistics says Nigeria's total merchandise trade stood at 9.757 trillion in the first quarter, in contrast with the 2020 fourth quarter record of 14.13%. And the report puts value of crude oil export at 1.929 trillion naira, representing 66.38% of the total export recorded in the first quarter, while non-crude oil export accounted for 33.62% of the total export. In another news, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, in an effort to modernize tax administration in the country, has introduced a new tax administration solution, Tax Pro Max, for ease of tax compliance. The Executive Chairman FIRS Mohammed Naimi says the Tax Pro Max will enable seamless registration, filing, payment of taxes, and automatic credit of withholding tax, as well as other credits to the tax accounts and more. He says the Tax Pro Max platform is accessible at www.taxpromax.firs.gov.ng.
Mixed reactions continue to trail the suspension of Twitter operations in Nigeria, with many, although the federal government has received a few knocks on the decision, but there have also been commendations for taking the bold step. ICT correspondent Joseph Johnson reports on those perspectives.
It all started with a cautionary tweet by the presidency to some instigators of war and secession. But the tweet was removed by Twitter on the grounds of going against its rules and guidelines. Nigerian government didn't buy it, as it went on to suspend indefinitely the operations of the microblogging and social networking service Twitter in Nigeria. The suspension or ban, no doubt, has generated tons of negative and positive reactions from different people, countries and organizations all over the world. In a tweet, @Trishiata says, "Who knew Nigeria will be the front runner in saving the world?" While barely 2 days after deleting the tweet of President Muhammadu Buhari and the complaint by the federal government, Twitter has also deleted a tweet made by Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, had on Friday complained that Nigerians were persistently using the platform for activities that are capable of undermining Nigeria's corporate existence, but Twitter conveniently ignored inciting tweets. Meanwhile, Twitter has also faced restrictions in its operations in China, Iran, North Korea, Egypt and Turkey. Indian social networking company Co announced on Saturday that it will scale operations in Nigeria a day after the country indefinitely suspended Twitter. Although many Nigerian commentators are expressing worries about the impact of the suspension on the rights to freedom of speech and expression, Curtis Adigba is of the opinion that Twitter is not the only means by which Nigerians can exercise the right to freedom of speech and expression, noting that Twitter is discriminatory and biased in her operations and lacks clearly defined policy and execution on what is acceptable and not. As more and more people align with the federal government in its stance on the matter, the government says while it is already battling terrorists, bandits, kidnappers and other criminals with modest success, it cannot afford or allow another insurrection being fueled and sustained by toxic and incendiary tweets after the NSAS protests, which Twitter played an outsized role in trafficking lies, misinformation and disinformation, maintaining that it has a duty to protect the country against physical and virtual invaders. A tweet started the whole saga, and hopefully another will end it in the long run. At the moment, though, the Nigerian government and Twitter are speaking in conciliatory tones, which are fanning the embers of a common ground for a possible resumption of Twitter's operations in Nigeria in compliance with extant rules in the country. But until that happens, other social media platforms may just be their destination of choice for the bed icon app lovers. Joseph Johnson, NTA News.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, Directors General of various agencies under the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, Chairman of various area councils in the FCT, the SAs to the Honorable, to the President, but attached to the office of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, various religious leaders that are here with us, professional associations, our Royal Highnesses and Fathers here present, various cultural community leaders representing various cultural groups here with us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
You are on to the live telecast of the Town Hall meeting of the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, focusing on destruction of public infrastructure across the country on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. I am Kelvin Ewonwaye, and on behalf of the entire outside broadcast crew, I welcome you to this live telecast.
Buddy, in today's series, we are going to be discussing the issue of the destruction of our critical infrastructure. Nigeria, as you know, is going through some issues, but then we have some unpatriotic citizens who go around, destroy our commonwealth, therefore making everybody to suffer, and at the same time putting pressure on our economy. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have panelists here made up of members of the Federal Executive Council, various ministers, in whose ministries or departments some of these critical infrastructures are being destroyed. So without taking too much of your time, may I quickly introduce to you the panelists who will be chairing this session this morning. As you already know, we have the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who is the moderator of this event. Honorable Minister, you are welcome. We also have the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, SAN, who is also here with us. The Honorable Minister of Transport, Rotimi Amechi, is also here with us. He had transported himself much earlier. I think he was here since 9 a.m. Sir, you're most welcome. This is because you are in charge of transport. So you brought yourself early. We are happy. We also have the Honorable Minister of the FCT in the person of Mohammed Musa Bello. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. The Honorable Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, is also here with us. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed, I will continue to recognize our distinguished personalities whom we have invited, and either on their way or they are seated here, but I have not yet been given their names for recognition. So without taking too much of your time, may I now invite the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture in the person of Alhaji Lai Mohammed to please come forward and deliver the opening remarks. Honorable Minister, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, able representative of Venus Yaru, the Speaker, House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Pengbajabiya Miller, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Information, Senator Danladi Sankara, the Chairman, House Committee on Information, National Orientation, Ethics and Values, Honorable Olusegun Odebumi, the National Security Advisors, Honorable Ministers present, representatives of all the service chiefs, the IG, the representative of the DGDSS, permanent secretaries, especially my permanent secretary, fairly my own permanent secretary, the PS of Information and Culture, chief executives of all parastatals here, and in particular, the DG of the National Orientation, without whose energetic work this town hall meeting would not have held. I want to also recognize all the Control General of Immigration and all other directors and CEOs, the chairman of area councils, our royal fathers, and all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the media. I welcome all of you to this town hall meeting on the protection of public infrastructure. I thank you all, but in particular, I want to thank my colleagues, the honorable ministers of the FCT, Transportation, Aviation, Works and Housing, who have not only, shown exemplary commitment, but have tried, despite all the pressure on them, to ensure that we start this town hall meeting fairly on time. I thank you all for accepting our invitation, and I look forward to a very robust interaction on this topical issue. Let me remind this gathering that the Ministry of Information and Culture launched a town hall meeting series in Lagos on April 25th, 2016, to provide a platform for the federal government to regularly give account of its stewardship to the people and get their feedback, thus enhancing citizens' participation in governance. Today's edition is the 19th. Today's town hall meeting is both urgent and important because it touches on an issue that is at the very core of economic growth and national development, and also security, and that is public infrastructure. When public infrastructure is being targeted for destruction by some unpatriotic Nigerians, it calls for great concern and immediate action. Hence our decision to organize this town hall meeting today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has long suffered massive infrastructure deficit due to decades of neglect, population expansion, and the absence of maintenance culture. But since coming into office in 2015, the Muhammadu Buhari administration has embarked on a rapid economic growth with equity, i.e., people-centered economic management, as well as prioritizing human capital development through enhanced social services and infrastructure development. This explains why the federal government deliberately adopted an inclusive development framework that spreads infrastructure to all sections of the country. Despite a drastic drop in revenues and competing priorities, especially that of tackling insecurity, the administration has invested heavily in providing infrastructure in addition to reconstructing and rehabilitating existing ones. However, in recent times, such laudable efforts of the government are being thwarted by some unpatriotic citizens through wanton destruction of critical infrastructure, thereby depriving the greater citizenry for whose benefits these projects and services are provided from enjoying them. Railway tracks are being subjected to wanton destruction. Bridge railings are being removed. Manhole covers are being pilfered. Street lights and other power infrastructure, oil pipeline, telecoms facilities, and critical aviation infrastructure are being damaged or stolen on a daily basis. Apart from endangering the lives of fellow innocent citizens, such unpatriotic acts take a toll on the government's limited revenue as it seeks to replace, rehabilitate, or totally reconstruct such destroyed infrastructure. On another level is the incessant attacks on critical public facilities such as police stations and INEC offices. As a matter of fact, the destruction of public infrastructure and facilities is not just vandalism, it is a form of terrorism. Removal of rail tracks can cause train derailment with deadly consequences. Tampering with aviation infrastructure endangers the lives of air passengers. Attacks on police stations have left many police personnel dead. These are clearly acts of terror. And this is why we have decided to organize a series of town hall meetings to address this incessant and worsening destruction of public infrastructure and facilities. In organizing these town hall meetings, our major objectives are to create in the public mind that government property are indeed citizens' property and so must be protected for the benefit of all. 2, sensitize communities, especially those where infrastructure are located, to be conscious of the import of such and protect them. 3, expose, arrest, and prosecute all those who engage in buying pilfered infrastructure items along with those bringing such items to them. 4, and to sensitize the larger citizenry to support the widespread campaign on the protection and ownership of public infrastructure assets, especially in the railway, roads, and aviation sectors. Today's town hall meeting will be the first of a 3-part series that will address vandalism of public infrastructure across the country. A similar town hall meeting we hold in Calabar, Cross River State, to address pipeline vandalism, while another one will be held in Maiduguri, Borno State, to address vandalization of power and telecommunication infrastructure. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying we should never forget this administration's massive investment in infrastructure since coming into office, despite the paucity of funds. It's very easy to forget now, but when this administration came into office in 2015, the price of crude oil, which provides 80% of Nigeria's budgetary revenues, 95% of foreign exchange earnings, had dropped drastically, and along with it, the fund available to government. It is therefore a monumental achievement that this administration has to a large extent managed to bridge the deficit in infrastructure. As I always say, No government in the history of this country has done so much with so little. It is incumbent on us, therefore, to do everything within our power to stop the wanton destruction of public infrastructure and facilities. On this note, I want to once again thank all our invitees. This is wishing all of us a successful town hall meeting. I thank you.
We thank the Honorable Minister of Information and his team for putting this town hall meeting today in order to protect our public infrastructure.
That was the Honorable Minister for Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and the simple message from his speech is government collective heritage, and only their duty as citizens of this country to, even at community level, take ownership of this infrastructure, because destruct.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to please introduce and welcome in our midst Engineer Abubakar D. Aliyu, FNSE, the Honorable Minister of State, Works and Housing, who is here with us. Sir, you are most welcome. The head of MD of FEMA, Engineer Nuruddin Rafindadi, is also here with us. Rafindadi, you are most welcome. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us now take remarks from our various panelists, and permit me to now invite the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing in the person of Babatunde Fashola, SAN, who would come and make some remarks on this matter. Honorable Minister, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, my colleagues, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The invitation letter to me said this was supposed to be a 5-minute presentation or intervention by each ministry. So I'll try to stay within those 5 minutes, and it will be easier for me to do so if I adopt the protocols. I think that the Honorable Minister for Information has also, in his opening remarks, already given some examples of the experiences that we have had. So I'm just going to quickly try and speak to one or two matters and illustrate them with some of the slides that were being projected on the screen. Why is it important that we should have this conversation? I think that's the first thing to say. And the first point I want to make, therefore, is that our ability to grow, our ability to develop, our ability to prosper, our ability to get education, to get health care, to essentially live a good life, is so tied to the quality and the quantity of infrastructure that we have. The truth is that no nation grows beyond the capacity of its infrastructure. So every little one that we have, we must optimize it. And I think that's the first point I'd like to make. So the Honorable Minister for Information has spoken about incidents of damages to bridge. And if the operator of the screen just goes to my 5th slide, slide 5, I think you will see there, just to highlight, yes. Now, these are some of the bridges that have already suffered one form of damage or the other. And what is being projected there, the first one is Otedola Bridge. There was damage to the bridge elements by fire caused by petrol-laden tankers. The next one is Kara Bridge. Damage to the bridge elements, again, petrol tankers. Then Tamburawa Bridge in Kano. The first two were in Lagos. Tamburawa Bridge in Kano, illegal mining activities. That exposed all of the piers sustaining the weight of the bridge. And in all of this, government has had to respond. So the first one, the cost of repairs was 203 million naira. In the second one, it was 605 million plus naira. The Tamburawa Bridge cost us 1.8 billion to repair a bridge we had already built. So because people want to mine sand, they expose all the members. Obalende Bridge in Lagos, it was a petrol tanker that crashed into the bridge. Apparently, its brakes failed, and the bridge pillars were the best way to stop the truck. And the place exploded. It was all over the news. Then recently, a truck was actually carrying an excavator on a low bed. Got to our bridge and saw that the level of cargo he was carrying was excess of the headroom. And instead of going back, he just drove through and damaged 3 existing bridges. And the list is long. But you see, what it does is that it just affects everybody in a very negative way. The other point to make is that all of this interference, damage to public property are actually criminal offenses. Our laws provide for them. And the fines range from penalties, the sanctions range from penalties of fines to terms of imprisonment on conviction for the offenses. Now, are we totally helpless? Certainly we are not. As I've shown on this slide, we are responding. But all of these monies that we are spending could have been put to other uses. They could have bought drugs, they could have paid, they could have done so many other things instead of going to repeat, to do, or to rebuild what we have already built. And that is one reason I think we must have this conversation. There are other instances, and I will just quickly go through. If you will go perhaps to slide 6, just quickly. So what is happening here is that the right of way of our federal highway is 45.75 meters from the center line on both sides. So if you're in the center of any federal highway, if you look to your left, 45.75 meters to the left is our land. And the same thing to the right. So if you are building in any place near there, you're actually trespassing on our land. So if you see these photographs, clearly those buildings shouldn't be there, neither should the petrol station. These are some of the problems we're also dealing with. And of course, if you move further to slide 7, this is, please go to it. This is somebody on his own, just getting on our highway when we caught them, actually building their own speed bump and painting it on a highway. Again, this is not only illegal and criminal on conviction, it is also a danger to other road users. Because this is not a municipal road where you can put speed bump. This is a federal highway. And to unsuspecting vehicles coming at the appropriate speed, if they run into this is an unexpected feature on our highway. So it's also a danger to life. And if we go quickly to slide 10, now, this could never have happened, especially the one on the right. A truck actually hanging on a bridge. And you see it has damaged the concrete work on the parapet there. And again, this is just illustrative of the need for all of us to demonstrate appropriate care when using all these assets. It is a shared asset. It belongs to everyone in this room. If I use it and I damage it, it is not there for the next person to use. So, again, it speaks to proper training of persons entrusted to operate vehicles. And if you go on to slide 11, now, you might have seen in the last few years that signages such as this, which are standard practice in many parts of the world, but they were absent before this administration, are beginning to emerge on our highways if you drive across. The purpose of these signages is to help commuters know how far they have traveled, how much longer they have to get to the next town, and so on and so forth. But when we started rolling them out, these were signages somewhere in Enugu State on the A3 route that they just cut them off. People just cut them off and took them away. But this is only one example. Some of the things we also see is that these signages become billboards for campaigns when elections come. That is not what they are for. And so, if we want to be, if there are countries in other parts of the world that we emulate, we want to be like them, we must also be ready to do what they do to make them worthy of emulation. They don't set up these kind of things and then turn them into campaign posters. So, let me go on then to slide 13, and I will very quickly after that just round up and yield the floor to my colleagues. Now, these are markets under the bridge and all of that. There was one I went to recently where on the columns supporting our bridge, somebody had actually set up shop. It was actually a politician who got the license to hire the bridge before this administration. Then he put people there. So when you get there, you will actually see signages printed in white paint, 3,000 per truck, 2,000 per car, and so on. So it's a parking space under the bridge. And every day, trucks go there, park, and the person collects 3,000, 2,000. When I asked them, I think they said in one place, 65 trucks come there a day. So the person is just living on the land, paying no tax, putting all our assets at risk. So what are we doing here? We have started a recovery of all of these sites, and slowly but surely, we want to evict all trucks, all vehicles from under the bridges. That is our decision. That is the right thing to do. All of this is unlawful. So we are going to need the support, the understanding, and the collaboration of all well-meaning and right-thinking Nigerians to recover all of these things from those who put them to unlawful and improper use. Go quickly to slide 14, and I will close on slide 15. Now, this is the bridge opposite the Guardian newspapers in Lagos that takes you to the airport if you are coming from Mile 2, if you are coming from Apapa, and so on. So a truck laden with petroleum products lost control, exploded, and this was the place he thought to come and park the vehicle. So that bridge had to be closed. Not only the damage to the bridge, which now has to be repaired, it was one of those bridges, and the cost of repairs was, I think, something in the order of 300 million or so. The work is just about to start, or started last week. But apart from that, everybody who used this bridge for business, to get to work, to go home, now has to divert because we have to close it because of safety. So if you are traveling and you are going to the airport from Apapa, from all of those areas, your journey is extended by at least 40 minutes because you actually have to go to Oshodi to go and turn. Now, that is the cost to everybody, to this economy, by somebody's action. And this kind of behavior certainly must be put in check. Now go to slide 15, and I will... Now look at the slide to the right of the screen. This is the exit from the Third Mainland Bridge. And I was actually the one driving at night who caught this person. They were drilling it. They wanted to build an exit onto the highway. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not just run all of the slides. It's a lot. Housing, if you go on housing to the slides on housing, manhole covers, Alhaji Lai has told us about that. The next one will show you damage to buildings, and this is the damage to the bridge parapet. This is a property damage in Adamawa, and so on. The list is endless, and you will see what my colleagues will also share with you. So this is an important conversation to have because our collective heritage and our commonwealth is at risk by those who either do not know or who also see these assets as the appropriate objects of their anger. And this kind of conversation, I hope, will help to reverse and reduce these trends. Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, who has told us that
the Minister of Works and Housing, today Fashola, showing the audience and indeed demonstrating the high level of destruction and theft going on roads and bridges across the country. This attitude of some citizens, it's costing the federal government huge resources to replace revenue that would provide
destruction. We have heard about it. We should also cultivate the attitude of owning this infrastructure so that we protect them. So at this stage, may I call on you to please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing for bringing to our notice what is happening to the infrastructure under his supervision. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you now permit me to call to please come forward and tell us what is happening in his own sector. Honorable Minister, sir.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, including my colleagues, I have a problem with 5 minutes, but I will try. Just whisper to the Minister for Information and Works too that I may not comply with just the 5 minutes, but it will be more than 2 extra minutes. Because it's 5 minutes, I will not read my address. I'll just repeat some of the things that you already know. You already know what the government is doing about railways. It's common knowledge that we've completed, even though it was started by President Goodluck Jonathan, we've completed the Kaduna Abuja rail line and the commercial activities going on there. We've completed the Warri rail line. We've also completed Lagos to Ibadan. The President will be commissioning Lagos to Ibadan on Thursday for commercial activities. We will commence work before the end of the month from the Kaduna-Kano rail line. So we're doing our best in that regard. But there's a danger. I won't even toe the line that others are towing. Well, I'm not quantifying the material cost. What I'm quantifying will be the lives that will be lost. Now, I want to say to you, and I will mention some areas, when you cut off a rail track. I was told by I must call his name so that if it is wrong, people will call him. The MD of Railway says it takes, if you want a train to stop at Ministry of Works, you must stop it now, 800 meters before it gets to Ministry of Works. So imagine that a driver of a rail track is driving and suddenly runs into a track that has been severed. What happens? It will derail. And if it derails, people will die. Each coach for now in Nigeria carries 85 passengers. And sometimes we carry 14, we take 14 coaches. Sometimes it can get to 20, sometimes 10. So imagine if you're driving a train of 14 coaches or 20, and they're full, 84 to 85 passengers per track, per coach, I mean. If it derails and we lose, even if it's 10 persons per coach, can you quantify how many persons that would have died in the course of one man thinking he is making money? We're not like cars that you can stop when you see danger. You must continue. That's why if you see what transpired at Itabewari rail track, the AKK contractor, his truck broke down and then blocked the track. I don't know what he was doing that he had to drive across the track. But as the train was coming, the driver was helpless. He ran into the truck, destroyed the locomotive, destroyed some coaches. Luckily, they've not handed over to us, but insurance plus the man, they had to pay for it. So it's not about the cost. It's about the lives that will be lost because of the few interests that will be protected. Now, I don't want to bore you too by telling you the number of tracks that we have in the country. Maybe let me repeat them so that you know how much danger we are in. Currently, we have a 193-kilometer track from Lagos to Ibadan in the old narrow gauge, which was built between 1898 to 1901. You have from Ibadan to Jeba, you have from Jeba to Minna, you have from Minna to Baro, Port Harcourt to Enugu to Makurdi, Kafanchan to Bauchi to Gombe to Maiduguri. All these are the old lines. Now we have the operational standard gauge lines that are from Abuja to Kaduna, Warri to Itabe, and Lagos to Ibadan. All of them put together, one is 187 kilometers, that's Abuja to Kaduna. The Warri to Itabe is 255 kilometers, and Lagos to Ibadan is about 186 kilometers. Now, the last one I saw was Warri to Itabe. Fortunately, it wasn't the main line. It was this side line that the gentleman went to cut off. And they are doing it with foreign partners. In Jos, we arrested a Chinese company that bought those tracks from them, went to court. Court found them guilty. What is the consequence? 200,000 naira. That's the law. So I want to stretch this to show you, that's why I said I'm going to take some extra minutes, to show you that it is just not enough to say stop. It is that there must be consequences. And 200,000 naira consequence is not enough. Now, what are the other economic consequences? There are those who use our trains for for cargo, freight services. They include Lafarge cement, flour mills, bonded container traffic for ICNL and APMT, to track material, movement of NRC's petroleum product, miscellaneous traffic, fertilizer movement, pipe movement, livestock and feeds movement, intra-city transport, mass transit, like Lagos mass transit train, like Port Harcourt Aba, intercity passenger services, Lagos to Kano, back to Lagos, Lagos to Ilorin, back to Lagos, or far, to Kano, Minna, to Kaduna, to Minna. All those are the narrow gauge. Kano, Nguru, Port Harcourt, Kano, Zaria, Kaura, Namoda, Zaria. Then the excursions, the standard gauge, I've already told you about Abuja, Kaduna to Abuja, Warri to Itabe, and back to Warri. And now we're about to start the Lagos district. Now, let me tell you how the number of cases we've had, the vandalizations we've had. there is the Lagos district, and I must, again, let me say what I will say, part of what I will say tomorrow. The guys that are found in the Lagos to Ibadan appear to be different Nigerians. Not one day, even though somebody has said, oh, they stole some few things from them recently. But not one day did we have community problem. Nobody ever came to us and said, oh, we are Lagosians, or we are from Ifa, or whatever. You've not paid us money for land acquisition or whatever. In fact, even those that got affected by flood as a result of the elevation of the gradient wrote to us. When somebody asked me, why are these people not fighting directly, I said they're educated, so they know how to write letters. But it's not true. There are also people there who are not educated, and they're not vandalizing, they're not attacking us, they're not robbing us, but they're quiet from Lagos up to Ibadan. I'm not saying it's only in Lagos. In fact, I expect that because of the cosmopolitan nature of Lagos, we'll have had challenges. But we didn't have, and we've completed, we'll commission on Thursday by the grace of God. So in Lagos District, the narrow gauge, we have just one case. In the whole of Western District, we have just one case. But now listen, the whole of Northwest, 31. And you know what, you know Northwest, right? Want me to call them so that you can shame them. The whole of Northern District, 10. The whole of Northeastern District, that's where we have the worst case. No, not there. North Central is the worst case. Northeastern District, you have 43. North Central District, where you have Jos and all those people, you have 50. Eastern District, you have 36. Abuja to Kaduna, 13. That's worse. What they do in Abuja to Kaduna is they're not cutting off the track. They're stealing, what they call that pin. There's a pin used to hold this thing down. So we have changed up to 10,000 of those things. You have to make sure every day before the train runs, we have to walk all that track to make sure that the track is safe. Yes, you may say it's creating employment for the rural people because we have to employ them to walk the track and see whether those things are there. But if those things are not there, and then a train comes, only God knows what will happen. It could also derail. So in Abuja to Kaduna alone, we have 13 cases. Wari to Itabe, that's one that was surprising because all our cases seem to be on narrow gauge, but Wari to Itabe is standard gauge. So Wari to Itabe, we have had 2 cases. Lagos to Ibadan, 0. That's the standard gauge, 0, which confirms the statement I've been making since we started that those people appear to be different type of Nigerians. Well, you asked me what efforts are we making. We have Nigerian local operation has its own police, just like Nigerian Post Authority has its own police. So we are doing a lot, but it's not enough. That means that we have to look for equipment that will secure the line just to make sure that people are kept alive. Some people have recommended, and I think I'm keeping to the 5 minutes, some people have recommended that, look, these people are killing people. If accidents happen, people will die. So we should go back to the National Assembly, I'm sure the Senate President's representative is here, and pass a law that does not only criminalize the action, but consequences should be death. Because we are going to kill human beings too. If armed robbery, whether successful or not, whether you kill somebody or not, is life imprisonment or death, I can't remember. Why should people who cut off tracks, I don't mind road, because if you go to road, you may slow down, you may stop. In the case of train, no. I mean, the automatic brake system in every car can manage situations, but there is no automatic brake system in a train. Once it's running, it's running. So you have that problem. And finally, before I leave here, there's another group of people. They are both in Port Harcourt and Lagos. They have converted. If you see the new tracks, you think we built it in 1901. They have converted the track in the whole of Lagos. Well, I've said that they've never attacked us, they've never stolen, but at least this one they're misbehaving. You will see shops on the track. You will see people, restaurants on the track. Once the train is coming, you blow the horn. We do like 5 kilometers per hour. As you blow the horn, they will just quickly move the thing out. Once we pass, they move it back. I have engaged the Lagos State Governor. I have told him the solution. The solution is put them in jail. Because it's only mad people that will go to where, just assume the train is doing 100 kilometers per hour. All of them will die. But for those people, you don't need to kill them. All you need to do is pass a law, put them in jail. I'm sure if you take 15, 20, 30 persons to court and they are found guilty and put in jail, they will not come again. Now, people are seizing our land, they're not acquiring our land. Go to my one market. We are going to rebuild the rail from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. They've converted the entire railway land into my one market in Port Harcourt. All that, and not just Port Harcourt, it's there everywhere. All that we need to do. But we need people to leave our tracks alone for safety purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Transportation. It is rather very unfortunate that these kind of things are happening on our rail tracks. And we pray that they will listen to us and solutions will be found. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands once again for the honor?
Provision of railway infrastructure is one of the key focus of the Buhari's administration. Its benefits to trade and movement is enormous, but to remain on track to continue to progress on the path of railway development across the country, Nigerians must appreciate the need to protect this infrastructure, as explained by the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi.
Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Senator Benga Ashafa. I also want to welcome all my dear colleagues and Directors General, Executive Secretaries of parastatals under the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture who are here to give tremendous support to the Honorable Minister, because at the end of the day, they will be the ones carrying out the jingles, carrying out the messages to Nigerians for them to adhere to what we are talking about here. So can we put our hands together for them for supporting the Honorable Minister? Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, in the person of Mohammed Musa Bello, to come and give us some remarks. Honorable Minister, sir.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, ably represented by Senator Binos Dauda Yaro, all distinguished participants, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. All the last three speakers have spoken very well regarding the issues that confront us with respect to the vandalization of public assets. Since we are here in Abuja, all of you also are residents here. You are living witnesses to all the examples that were mentioned and particularly displayed on the screen by the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing. We have our share of vandalization in Abuja on the road infrastructure, the rail infrastructure, public building, street lights, signages, all of them. And as you drive through the city, you'll see them. And the effects are profound, as has been explained clearly. Probably the one that is most significant in Abuja has to do with the vandalization of covers for manholes. And these manholes are supposed to cover stormwater drainages, foul water drainages, telecommunication facilities. As you know, the roads in Abuja have embedded in them telecommunication ducts, where we have very, very expensive fiber optic cables and other cables that are under the underground cadastral. Just by way of statistics, a few weeks ago, we did some checks and we realized that we needed to replace immediately 400 manhole covers, 582 stormwater covers, 23,210 gully pot covers, 467 waterboard inspection chambers covers, 47 water hydrant covers, 756 telecommunication duct covers. Overall, we are talking of over 25,000 covers of one form or the other. And these are critical public assets that you and I own that are being vandalized. This is just one aspect. Many of the streets, when you notice blackouts, sometimes you might think it is public outage. It is not. The blackouts occur because somebody decided to dig out the cables. So there is something uniquely Nigerian which we don't see in other parts of the country. Why would somebody, we've had instances where officials saddled with the responsibility of providing security and providing needed supervision and inspection on public assets also connive to steal. For instance, many of our major arterial roads actually have dual cables, so that if one is faulty, immediately you move to the other cable while you repair. Well, we had an incident about 2 years ago. The officer that was meant, because ordinarily the man on the street wouldn't know that this is a double cable system. So the officer who was meant to cater for this protection also connived with vandals to vandalize the cable. I can go on and on. If you look at the Parkway, which is one of the major internal roads that we just trying to complete, from the Christian Center right through to the NTA, FCDA, across Muhammadu Buhari Bridge in Garki, and then around Sonkuti right through to Ring Road 1. While the project was still ongoing, we partnered with the Federal Road Safety and put on very beautiful road signages, because it's meant to be a one-way. The signages were removed. So this is really the reality of what is faced. So it's beyond criminality. I think it's something to do that has to do with the psychic. And the unfortunate thing is that we have this conspiracy of silence. People know that this is happening. Some people even see them do it, but everybody keeps quiet. And the security agencies will consider it as a minor crime, but it's not. Like my other colleagues mentioned, lives are involved. And no matter how expensive an asset is, I think the life of one Nigerian should be much more expensive. So what is the way going forward? The laws are there, as was indicated by the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. But we have to all agree as a people that we need enforcement, and we need to strengthen the laws. And then also, we need to understand that this is not a small crime, because criminality grows gradually. You could even say in a modular form. A person who will steal a cable at night, risking his or her life, would obviously graduate to other serious crimes. So it's very important that going forward, security agencies should really consider that as very important. In Abuja, for over 5 years, we have banned what we call babambola. These are the scavengers you see moving around. But we've simply not been able to enforce, because nobody is willing to enforce. A babambola will be moving around with a sack of items, supposedly trash. But I bet you once in a while, when you open that sack, you'll be surprised what you will see. But at the junction, the babambola will pass. There will be a police vehicle there. The policeman will just allow him to pass, because as far as he's concerned, this is not a crime. It's minimal. So I think that's very, very important. Of course, in the Abuja Light Rail, even though it's not very Vandalization. Sorry for this. If you look at the Abuja light rail system, so far in phase 1 and 3A, we have a total of about 88 kilometers of track, but even that has been vandalized. In some sections of the system, cables were cut, and the bolts that keep the sleepers on the track were also vandalized. And we all know that no rail system will operate without signaling and control. And these cables are meant to provide power to the signaling system. During the NSAS protest last year, we've seen cases where entire communities vandalize public property within their environment, removing roofs, removing doors, even chipping away and removing the metal frames. So how do you handle a community like this? So what we've tried to do is to engage with the judicial system. We've had a lot of arrests, but like was mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Transportation, you go there, the fines are minimal. As a matter of fact, there was a time we went to a market and identified so many of the manhole covers with collaboration with the Nigerian Civil and Defense Corps, who have the mandate of protecting public infrastructure as one of their objectives. We went to court. These are the samples. These are the exhibits. It took probably over 1 year. So later we just decided that whenever we make arrest, we'll keep all these. And maybe I should keep quiet here. So having said that, going forward, I think we need to really work on the laws and we need to enforce, and I think we all need to appreciate that it affects all of us, and it costs a lot of money. For instance, what we are trying to do with these man covers I just mentioned to you is to try to see how we can get 2.6 billion to have them repaired. But 2.6 billion is going to affect our other ongoing projects, which is going to affect you and I in health, in education, in transportation, and in security. So thank you very much for listening.
We thank
Nigerians are now being encouraged to adopt the principle of if you see something, say something, which will help security agencies to protect these infrastructures better. We all have a role to play, and the citizens themselves will now take the lead in ensuring that this infrastructure put together by government for our own use, protected for our own benefit.
the Honorable Minister of Aviation, in the person of Hadi Sarika, to please come and tell us what he has. Honorable Ministers.
I begin by seeking refuge in Allah against Shaitan, the outcast, and in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. Permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to just adopt the protocol which has been established and to make a pre-statement that my big brother, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, has a habit, and that habit always affects me. He decided to make me speak after a senior advocate of Nigeria, whose duty is just to be speaking and to earn money for doing that. And really, he speaks very well. And also after an elected speaker who has been speaking for 8 years on behalf of Rivers people and decided to speak for our campaign and got us elected. And again, after my elder brother who actually taught me how to speak, the Minister for the Federal Capital Territory. So, Ogala, you have achieved your wish, and you have left me with nothing to speak, but I'll just try to speak, and I hope that I will be able to make at least 3 minutes of some sense. Civil aviation. When people speak of civil aviation, they think of terminal buildings, yes, they are part of the infrastructure and they are part of the architecture of civil aviation. But terminal buildings are just terminal buildings, really. What matters more in civil aviation is how very well, safely and secure you depart point A and land at point B. This is of paramount importance. And the Buhari civil aviation has just been doing that. We've been looking at all those critical things that will make you fly from point A to B safely and securely. Unfortunately, we have our own huge portion of vandalism of our critical equipments. And aviation infrastructure is actually a critical national security asset. Because with maximum respect, 1 mile long road leads to a neighborhood. 1 mile long runway leads in Australia. It links and connects the world. And if you see the importance of the infrastructure, those remote equipment that are in our bushes are so very important that they make our work safe and they make you and I safe. If you make 1 deviation degree in an operation, over a 200-mile or 300-mile or 1,000-mile long, it's catastrophe. I just give you just one example. I'm not going to even be speaking to somebody in Enugu. I went on a tour, walking tour. There is no one single southeastern Nigerian who came to my office and asked me to please look at Enugu runway. None. Since I became minister. I went on my own on a duty tour. I saw how the runway was. It was so badly damaged. There's a death trap. You land at a very high speed, 240 kilometers or more, depending on the aircraft. You touch down at that speed, and you touch down on a pothole. So I went to Mr. President, Mr. President, I have a problem. You must speak with the National Assembly, and you must look for money, and you must give me the money, and I must fix Enugu. And he gladly allowed. Aviation money is very little because we are competing with health, education, water, FCT, and so on. So we are not that very important, quote unquote. But he allowed that 10 billion. We went there, we fixed Enugu. Whilst we are doing that, one cantankerous individual decided to just go and demolish our fence and allow the airport to be so bare. And of course, we decided to show him how not to willfully damage public infrastructure. We didn't allow that. And people and citizens just kept quiet. I remember the ES crash in Kano. One crash, it landed on Gomaja. Those people never been to airport. They've never been to airport. Something went wrong and he crashed on top of 1,000 people. If one doctor makes one mistake in one operation, he kills one person and saves himself. If a pilot makes one mistake in one operation, he kills thousands, including himself. The gentleman sitting out there in suit and white shirt is DG of NIMET. Is the least hard of our agencies, for example. Because of wind shear, which is the sudden change of direction and speed of air, we had a Sosoluso crash. Everybody knew what happened. Those equipment that are to tell us that there is wind shear on this runway and we should avoid it for the next 10 minutes are being vandalized. So it's another Sosoluso waiting to happen if they continue. This critical infrastructure, they are not seen. They are not airport tenement buildings with toilets, with air conditioner, because that's a complaint. With lifts, they are very important. Lift is important. Toilet is important. Air conditioner is important. Your queue is important where you go. But what is more important is to keep you safe and to keep you secure. We've seen 9/11. We used to just pass through airports. But now 9/11 has shown us the importance of an aviation infrastructure, how to be safe. We now all naturally, literally go naked in our airports because they want to search and see whether you're carrying bomb or not. During the NSAS riot, they went to destroy our VOR in Ilorin and our VOR in Calabar, and so on and so forth. Those VOR are very high frequency omnidirectional radio range. They tell us how far away we are from the airport. They tell us the exact position where the airport is. They tell us quite a number of things, and they're destroyed. Imagine an aircraft carrying 500 people in distress, and he doesn't know where to go, and the VOR is destroyed. It's a disaster. And if you go and do it willfully, the aircraft may even fall on your cousin or uncle or even mother. It's a serious business. It's a serious business. We shouldn't allow it. We should chase them. And I agree with my colleagues who spoke, and they said there is no consequence. I have been staying with Muhammadu Buhari, and the reason why is right when he was military leader. He decreed that if you willfully damage public infrastructure, 25 years is the minimum. If you destroy our pipelines, if you destroy our road, you burn our bush. You remember the time when they used to go and open transformer and pick mercury and make money, they said, and transformer oil. 25 years. That's what Buhari said at that time. Well, it was military, he could do decree. Now the National Assembly and the public and the bloody Twitter will have to come and unleash all kinds of havoc. I'm very passionate about when I speak to this, because I know the importance of civil aviation. 10% growth in aviation equals to 6% of GDP growth globally. In Africa and Nigeria, 10% growth of civil aviation equals to 1% growth in our GDP. 1% growth in Nigeria's GDP is $4.5 billion US. So aviation is a very serious business, and people are destroying our equipment, and we're just watching, and we're incapacitated because of our laws. I think now the national security architecture understood, and they have underscored the importance of national security assets and our infrastructure assets. So they should step up, and members of the National Assembly should quickly enact those laws to ensure that people are punished maximally. Shouldn't be allowed. It should not be allowed. It should not be allowed. I have looked at it severally, and I found, where do we actually go wrong? What is the problem? One of my colleagues said it's a Nigerian thing. Perhaps it should not be. But ladies and gentlemen, I honestly want to remind us with what President Muhammadu Buhari has said, that our generation of Nigerians and those to come have only Nigeria as a country. Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Hadi Serika, for his remarks. Can we once again put our hands, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Minister. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into the question and answer session. That is, if you do have a question, you do have a remark, you raise your hands, you'll be recognized, microphone will be given to you. You tell us your name, the organization you represent. We are addressing the issue of the destruction of our Commonwealth, the infrastructures, and that is what we will be talking. So, no abusive words.
Town hall meeting focusing on protection of public infrastructure across the country, organized by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. All members of the panel, that is the affected ministries under whose supervision these instructions are taking place, have all briefed Nigerians the audience. Very shortly, we move to the question and answer segment.
And make his remarks.
The question and answer section will soon commence. At this stage, audience are expected to come forward, but we have been told that the use of language must be carefully taken into consideration because this town hall is essential to find solution to the problem. Out remind the Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, is supervising this town hall meeting. Nigerians have been told that at this moment there will be need for an urgent law to punish vendors of public infrastructure to be enacted by the National Assembly.
Stand on the established protocols. I am Senator Binos Dauda Yaro. I'm here to represent the distinguished Senate President, and he gave me a written speech to read, very short. But before I go into that, I would like to perhaps comment on some of the issues that were raised, especially to do with the National Assembly and the need to make laws or to amend laws to provide stiffer capital punishment for vandalization of critical infrastructure. I would say that the 9th National Assembly has proven to work closely with the executive, and I cannot recall any executive bill that has been presented to the National Assembly that has not been passed. So my comment here is to say that the relevant ministries should quickly propose the law they want, whether it is amendment, fresh law, whatever. And I can assure you that the National Assembly will process it speedily. With that, I would like to read the remarks by the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, PhD, CON, at this town hall meeting on the need to address the destruction of public infrastructure organized by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture on Monday, June 7, 2021. It is a great pleasure to be part of this important event to discuss the topical issue of the destruction of public infrastructure across the country. This new turn is unfortunate considering how long it took to build many of them and against the background of scarce resources. It is common knowledge that infrastructures are the bedrock of advancement and the pedestal around which institutions function. They provide the ground for sustainability, given the fact that they are planned to be long-lasting projects. Infrastructures are also supposed to serve the people, while many indices of development are hinged on the quality or degree of available infrastructure. It is therefore inconceivable to imagine people ruining infrastructures like police stations, railway tracks, electricity installations, the offices of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and other facilities. We reckon that citizens might have apprehensions. We should, however, appreciate that concerns can be resolved through patience, dialogues, and representations as envisaged in a democracy. It is a nobler road to use these mechanisms of resolutions rather than distraction, considering how difficult or even impossible it is to recover many of these structures that took years to acquire. Nation building is an enduring course of fostering understanding, which may come through agreements and disagreements. For a multi-ethnic nation like ours, we cannot expect to agree all the time, which is why our task should always be to engage in meaningful discussions towards agreements. Our nation has great potential, but we cannot harness this in an atmosphere of endless misunderstandings, arson, looting, and strife. It is time to appeal to ourselves to tow the path of peace, acknowledging our roles as stakeholders in the evolution of a great nation. We have to see ourselves as citizens with a collective responsibility to protect what we have so we can also protect our future. The regular saying that this nation belongs to all of us and we should jointly work towards its continuous greatness is appropriate in this circumstance. Together, we can do better. I commend the Ministry of Information for this initiative, and I'm assured that the outcome of this town hall meeting will help us find a lasting solution to the problem of destruction of our infrastructure. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Dinos.
We want to thank Senator Binos Dauda Yaro, who ably represented the Senate President. And we want to also thank him for the assurance that when we come with our memos, our bills, the Senate would pass it, and will pass it urgently because of the disaster that is befalling us based on the destruction of our Commonwealth. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for the Senate President? Thank you. May I also at this stage recognize the presence of Alhaji Dr. Usman Nga Kupi, the Supi of Garki, Abuja, who has been here with us. Your Royal Highness, you're most welcome. We also welcome in our midst the Student Union government from the University of Abuja, who are also here with us. We thank you for coming. The Executive Chairman of the Abuja Municipal Council is also here, but ably represented by his Vice, Honorable Lawrence Onochiku. You're most welcome. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said earlier, the floor is now open for questions and answers. But I will start. If we have anybody on the front seat, you show with your hands up, you come forward, we'll recognize you. The man with the red tie. Please tell us your name, the organization you represent, and straight to the point. Destruction of our infrastructures.
Thank you very much. I stand on the well-established protocols. My name is Engineer Babagana Mohammed, President, Nigerian Society of Engineers. I'm a stakeholder. To know very well that I'm a stakeholder, let me give you a very simple scenario. Then from there we continue. all the engineers in this house and all those heading engineering organizations, please stand up. All engineers in the house and all those heading engineering organizations, please stand up.
Engineers, where are you?
And people heading engineering organizations, including His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, including Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, including Right Honorable Serika, including the Honorable Minister of Abuja and the Honorable Minister of Information and Digital Economy has stood up. So let me see who is not an engineer in this house.
Okay, please go straight to the issue.
Thank you very much. I have to create the awareness first.
Thank you for the creation of awareness.
Your Excellency, sit down, please. We have heard from everybody. What is the way forward?
Tell us.
Security. It has been said, infrastructures are very costly. I am an engineer. I knew what it is. And those in government knew also what it is. But of recent, we have been getting a lot of distractions. A lot of people are destroying infrastructure facilities. Why? All of us want to go to Dubai. All of us have been to America or some places. Where do we want to go to those places? What makes it different from Nigeria? What makes it different? Please, we need to have a stop at this nonsense. It's total nonsense. We cannot continue. The funds are very, very scarce, and they are competing demands. First, we need to look at our community. Community, you must take responsibility. You must take responsibility. Because this thing passes through your community. Which means NOA, Orientation Agency, you need a lot of work. A lot of work and sensitization. People need to know. Government facilities are our own facilities. We need to own them. A policy of each one, guide one, must come. You must guide one public facility in your vicinity. Don't go outside your vicinity, just in your vicinity. Everybody must guide one. Currently, as I'm talking to you now, I'm running a course in the head office of the Nigerian Staff Engineers. That is, we are training people with FIRS that these facilities in conjunction with Kwame Nkrumah University of Ghana on these road issues, because it's becoming an issue. Distractions. We cannot continue. And then lastly, touts. Airports, there are so many touts in the airport. Because they know what is on ground, they also take part in destroying it. Please take care of your tout in the airport. We don't need trolley drawer in the airport. Everywhere you go to airport, people draw their trolleys. We don't need them. And they are part of the problem in the airport. In Abuja, yes, people filtered away manhole covers. The minister has said it very rightly. As I'm talking to you now, Honorable Minister, we are working on replacing all these metal manholes with plastics. Maybe that will solve the problem. And as I'm talking to you now, we are at a stage, we have taken a product in Lagos, it's under test. Once we pass it, we'll approach you. It's a concern to all of us. Because metal, they turn it into so many things. Now let's try plastics. It has been used in other places. We can try it here in Nigeria. We are working on it. We'll come to your office very soon. Railway, yes. First to start with, the tickets in your railways are issues. That is the first point. We have so many touts in the railway. Tickets are not sold. Why can't we sell these lines, this ticket online? What is the problem with it? We buy things online. Why can't we buy tickets online? There is issues. There are so many people there, and they are. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have heard from the first contributor, although we are in the question and answer segment, but essentially that was the president of Nigerian Society of Engineers providing solutions, the way around this wanton destruction of public infrastructure from across the country. Apart from enacting laws to punish offenders, he also said that government must do more and explore other avenues of using locally made plastic to cover some of these manholes, and maybe, just maybe, that would discourage people from stealing. Other contributors and those who have questions to ask will soon come up. But in the meantime, what is common knowledge here is that everybody in this venue, and of course in the Nigerians watching from home, have all agreed that there is a need to do something urgently in stemming the tide of destruction of public infrastructure. We are way, way behind other countries in terms of infrastructural development, and the little that we have, with the government, the current administration is working so hard to improve upon stolen. Culture Ministry to focus on protection of public infrastructure is essentially to create in the public mind that government property, indeed citizens' property, and so must be protected for the benefit of all and protect them. To also expose, arrest, and prosecute all those who engage in buying preferred infrastructural items, along with those who bring such items for them to sell. To also sensitize the larger citizenry to support the widespread campaign on the protection and ownership of public assets, especially in the railways, roads, aviation sectors. This town hall meeting, we are told, with the first series of the 3 parts that were meant to address the vitalization of public infrastructure across the country. A similar one is also bid for Calabar, Cross River State, in the near future.
Chris, how far? What are they up to?
They are still working on it.
They said there was a power surge.
Nigeria, at the moment, is said to require about 3 trillion naira to be spent over a period of 30 years to bridge the infrastructural gap that we need to take our country to the desired level. All over the world on a very effective public infrastructure system. And that is why the Buhari administration, since inception in 2015, is working tirelessly to improve on the level of infrastructure, electricity, railway, housing, ports, pipeline, schools, hospitals, and others. Because of the insufficiency of this infrastructure, even foreign loans can be sought, in most cases, to provide this infrastructure. At the moment, apart from working on providing or improving on this infrastructure, there is a big problem, the attitude of some unscrupulous Nigerians who take delight in the destruction of this infrastructure for the reason best known to them. So this public hearing is essentially to let Nigerians know the effort that the government is making to either improve on this infrastructure or provide the scarce resources deployed for this infrastructure will best be used for the provision of the well-being and improvement of the lives of Nigerians. But diverting them to replacement of destroyed infrastructure is a setback.
Check two.
Of recent, the destruction of police stations, INEC offices, and other public infrastructure in some parts of the country is worrisome. Public utilities has also been destroyed in many areas, and so it's increasing the hard work of security agencies who are deployed on a regular basis to protect this infrastructure. This government, through this town hall meeting, is appealing to Nigerians to see this infrastructure as their own, that at the community level, the traditional rulers, religious leaders, opinion leaders must all work together to encourage Nigerians to see this infrastructure as their own and protect them by taking ownership of these infrastructures, which are being put in place for our own use and for future generations.
For the break in transmission, I think we will just go ahead while we await, the technicians to fix the problem. But before I Hello?
You are still on to the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Quick reminder that what you are watching is the live telecast of the town hall meeting put together by the Ministry of Information and Culture to sensitize Nigerians on the need to protect public infrastructure in their domain. We have heard from the under supervision, some of these destructions have taken place, and at the moment, on the way forward.
All over. Sir, you are most welcome.
This town hall meeting is also put together to find solution to these problems. And all members of the panels and those who are seated here are critical stakeholders. We are hopeful that at the end of this meeting, that solution
to establish protocol. I want to start by thanking the Minister of Information. As Nigerians, most of these senior government invited us, informed us as Nigerians that we are all stakeholders. I want to request the Minister of Information and National Orientation Agency to kindly see how this thing could be aired by using our various media houses as their social contribution, whereby people should be enlightened, Nigerians should be enlightened to know that all these infrastructures belong to all of us. And are we destroying them, or there some people in destroying them, or rather destroying the whole nation? Not Mr. President, all you people in the government, but I think all of us. And I urged that the local languages should be used on various states to enlighten us. And the traditional leaders, community leaders, should also be involved to know that we need to protect our infrastructures. Schools, especially our secondary schools, tertiary institutions, should not be left out once this enlightenment is on progress. Finally, I want to urge all of us as Nigerians, please, we are all stakeholders of this great nation. We must have to join hands with the present government to protect and preserve and make this country great. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Usman Nga Kupi, the Superior of Garki, for that intervention. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have Alhaji Tanko Abubakar, Galadiman Karshi, representing the Sirkin Karshi, His Royal Highness Alhaji Ismaila Mohammed. Your Royal Highness, you are most welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if there is anybody with a question, we've started from our right-hand side. If there is any other question from there, please. Okay, I can see somebody in white behind there. I will go like this, sir. Hello. Hello, can they extend a mic to the gentleman? No mic there. Where's the other guy? Do we have a mic there? Hi. Please, do you have a loud voice? Yes, I have recognized you. The guy in white, yes. Okay, come down a little. Come down a little. And please go straight to the issues. You are not ready?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين وبعد. We are thanking be to Almighty Allah who is guiding us here under our President Muhammad Buhari and the other distinguished honorable ministers and the one that invite us there, Honorable Minister of Abuja, Musa. May Allah bless it what they are mind in their mind. So my question that is about security matter. My name is Usman Yahya. I'm from Kuchugoro. We are together with my community, Sarkin Hausawa, Al-Hanshu Idris. My question that about the security issues. Now, I'm an imam. I'm together with my leader. So if we are consideration of about just camp, new come inside the mosques, like you saw somebody criminal, you want to inform the security issues, but our problem, if you inform security about the criminal, the security is one that they told a criminal. Imam is the one that told us you are aware. So after the issues matter finished, and the criminal look at your life. So there is any advice under security on advise us, we and our leaders, how we are going to inform the criminal newcomer. That is my
Okay,
question.
Usman, please round up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I go to the next row here? Is there anybody there? Is there anybody there? Nobody? Okay, the lady there, please.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers, and all protocols duly observed. My name is Iwezo Rose. I'm an environmental safety consultant. My concern is for the FCT and then the removal of cover manholes. In fact, one day when I was coming out, I saw a lady trying to, she didn't even see that the manhole has been removed. And I didn't know she was stepping into it. And she fell into it. And I just wondered, whenever it rains, there are a lot of floods in Abuja. If somebody doesn't know the terrain very well and is trekking, there's a lot of issues there. So my suggestion is that, I don't want to go all the whole route again. My suggestion is number one. And then I'm surprised that even the security people that are supposed to take care of this are the ones that are probably, being, you know what I mean. So my suggestion there, going forward, can we have a kilometer or 2 kilometers being monitored by this by the security, civil service, civil defense. Sorry, they are the ones that have the mandate to watch over them. Can we give them like a kilometer or 2 to watch over all the infrastructure in that place, and then now have the invite them, because the Abuja Environmental Protection Board supposed to be watching over these things, but they are not doing much in that area. They're busy chasing people that are hawking, which is also another way of stopping the problems. But what my concern is that this manhole is creating a lot of problems. You said it's 400, sir, and I beg to disagree. It could be much more than 400 manholes have been removed. So my suggestion, briefly, let us get the civil defense to watch over this, in a particular group, in a particular, kilometer or 2. Then set up a team, a task team that watch over them, and let us see how it goes. And then who monitors the person that is monitoring? Because you see them there, the people they be removing them, they'll be just there and they remove, and their eyes are not even over there. They're looking for the criminal that is, well-dressed criminal. But these are petty things that really, get into, worst, problems. Then talking about the plastic manhole, are they going to be sustainable? The engineer that talked about the, replacing with the plastics, are they going to be sustainable? Are they not going to be breakables? Would they do the job? So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll take one more. Just the gentleman by the camera. Thank you. Please, no foul language, straight to the point.
Good morning. My name is Manuel Jude Ayaga. I'm an artisan. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here through the Zaki of Tiv along a port road called Kuchingoro.
Can you draw down your mic? Your voice is too loud.
All right.
Thank you.
So I actually want to put a presentation to the executive in order to curb this destruction. There are a lot of satellites dwelling in Abuja, and these satellites are being controlled by some royal elected chiefs. And most of these inhabitants are settling under the care of these royal personals. They are the ones who are very close to the inhabitants, which they know each and everybody. Each and every ethnic group living in this dwelling have its group of youth and the persons dwelling there. I want the executive to actually give a recognition to these people in order to help them curb this vandalization. Because in every vandalization you see, somebody might have gone out to do this and come back to his dwelling, which he has one or two persons who might have identified. But the closest persons to report to should be the chiefs, because when you go to a security agent and he happens to let this person know that it is this person who has come to report you, that life has been endangered. And when you're looking at security personnel in uniform, they cannot actually come into the community and start dwelling there to do their job. Because once their work hours are over, the day is over. The remaining persons are the chiefs that lives with these inhabitants of this community. So my appeal is, give a recognition to them, draw them very closely, and they will give you all the information you need to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel. I'm now at the middle here. Is there anybody? Okay. The gentleman with the white. Okay, with red.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellencies, the Honorable Ministers here present, all invited guests. My name is Suleiman Tanko Abubakar. I'm the Galadima of Karshi. I'm representing His Royal Highness Alhaji Ismail Muhammad Sarkin Karshi. He has asked me to tender his apology. He is receiving his second dose of COVID-19 vaccine today with his council members, so that has made him not to be here. But he has asked me to make his remarks known in this gathering. In the first instance, he said the community, there should be proper massive sensitization of communities across the country, and this community should be made to own all these public assets that are within their communities. And that henceforth, before any federal government asset is set or is located in any state, the state government should be made to make a written commitment to protect those as national assets. And in a failure to do that, the state government should be surcharged for allowing those assets to be vandalized. And the community leaders should be properly sensitized. Also, in every community in this country today, we have vigilante groups. And these vigilante groups should be allowed to work in synergies with all security agencies in the country. Because like these artists have just clearly stated, and His Royal Highness, the Secretary of Garki said, the traditional rulers are custodians of all national and local assets. And because of their closeness to the community, they have, and they are more respected, and the community listens more to them. So there should be massive sensitization across the country for proper ownership of this public asset. People should be made to know that this asset is just like personal individual assets. So they should all own this asset. So in case the state government refuses to protect this project, the state government should be surcharged and in due course, if such is done, they should be surcharged and it should be relocated to another place. These are some of the short remarks that His Honor has asked me to make. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Galadima Karshi. Alaji Ismaila Mohammed is well known. He's a renowned journalist and had been an MD of the Nigerian Standard newspapers in those days. So we thank him for his remarks through you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have a lady close to the Galadima that has been raising up her hands. If she's still there.
Sir, honorable ministers, and everybody in the hall. My name is Abiodun Molara Popola from Voice of Nigeria. I should have been saying what are the suggestions we have for reducing the incidence of vandalism. Number one, let's talk about employment. 6 actions of maybe vandalism or the other. And I think the federal government has been trying their best in the area of employment. I think they should do more about this. Then, the area of public reorientation, enlightenment, and awareness support what the others have said. And I want to say something about grassroots mobilization. Because in Nigeria, we know, speaking my language, I think I will understand better than you speaking in grammar. So I think our languages is very, very important. If you have an assembly, you need to do more. If you have legislative members, they should bring up ideas on how to secure our public asset. Then there should be proper good maintenance culture. This has to do in the areas of the government and we the citizens. Also, I want to talk about this area of Ebola, or what they call it in Abuja. Ebola, thank you. Ebola, sorry. So what I'm just trying to say about this is that in Abuja, sir, the FCT minister, the area of refuse, the thing is that after taking this refuse, they go and dump it.
Thank you very much. May I quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Kapo Statistics. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody from this wing behind the cameraman? Is it black or red?
Black. It is here present from the National Gallery of Art. I'd like to thank you. And here again today, I'll be able to listen to beautiful presentation from our dear honorable ministers. One thing that is very common from the presentation is the fact that we require stiffer punishment. But would that discourage vandalism? I don't, but we still have armed robbery. My question would be, why would not deploy technology? You cannot possibly have policemen manning every of these critical infrastructure. And we've already been informed today about the amount of money that has been spent to replace some of these vandalized equipment. Those monies put together, we can deploy technology to identify, to monitor, and to avoid that. And luckily, we have in our midst a distinguished Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy to assist us in that regard. So my question is, why are we not deploying technology? You cannot have policemen all over the place, so let's deploy technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are calling for the deployment of technology. Now, before I revert to the panelists, some people have sent in questions. And this question is for the entire honorable ministers. It is said, why is it that the ministers would not present this subject matter at the Federal Executive Council for it to give direction or directive to the Ministry of Justice to draft a legislation on this issue of vandalization, instead of each. If after this, probably, you should get all your colleagues, come up with a very good memo, present it to the Federal Executive for the possibility of enacting a law. That's one. Two, it is, as it is said, I cannot prove it, I don't know about it, that in Ghana, electrical equipment and some of these very important infrastructure in their countries are not sold in the open market. That agency of government is charged with the responsibility of selling electrical equipment, particularly when it comes to our network grid. Why would Nigeria not adopt such things? If you go to the markets around, you will see all these manholes, you will see all our electrical poles, you will see all the engines even fixed for solar energy. We should criminalize the sale of these equipments in the market. And lastly, okay, where's the Minister of Justice? So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so far so good. Those are the questions. And may I now revert to the panelists and the Honorable Minister of Information, who is the moderator, would ask each of the ministers if they do have response to give in terms of the issues so far raised. So the floor is open, Honorable Ministers.
Thank you. You have asked the question already. So, Honorable Ministers, please would respond to issues raised pertaining to their own presentation. May I start with the Honorable Minister of the FCT, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, and thank you very much, participants. I think the 2 or 3 issues raised with respect to the FCT have to do with manhole covers and the fact that they constitute a serious health and security hazard. And these are some of the issues we have raised. And actually, we are thinking of composite material to be used for the replacement of these manhole covers. We have started deploying some of them. And just recently, I shared the views of the former governor of Lagos State, current Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, on how they've been able to tackle this serious challenge while he was governor in Lagos. So we look forward to the suggestions from the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and it's an ongoing process, and I assure you that we'll work jointly to see how this can be achieved. But obviously, like the lady just mentioned, it constitutes serious security and health challenge. One other aspect regarding manhole covers is, especially for the stormwater drainages, the moment they are not covered, they get filled up with debris and refuse. And during the rainy season, obviously they affect the natural flow of water, and then you get floods. So the multiplier effect of some of these things are quite there, but I am sure working with the relevant stakeholders will surmount them. Thank you very much.
Of Aviation, because he's actually scheduled to present his medium-term defense at the Ministry of Finance at this very moment. So please, if there's any of the issues raised that you want to address before you take your leave, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Edmond. Yes, well, speaking to touts at the airport, I think the gentleman who raised that question must be living in the past. They are not completely eliminated in certain areas, but they are nearly absent. Since you are living in Abuja, you might like to take a visit to the airport to see that touts are not there. And also draw an analogy with Ghana. Well, perhaps it's good that we look at other countries and see what they're doing. But the challenge in running Nigeria is 200 million people. We were speaking country to country, Ghana. The total passengers per annum of Ghana, total passengers of all the airports, total passengers is 450,000 per annum. 450,000 per annum, about 500,000. The total passengers before COVID in Nigeria is 18 million. We grew that passenger number when we came in 2015 from 8 million to 18 million. So we are about 35 times larger than Ghana. So what works for them might not necessarily work for us, with our peculiarities and our uniqueness. But it's good to draw parallel country to country so we can see where we can improve. And certainly I assure you that we will improve. But the challenge in rural Nigeria actually also is in that 926,766 square kilometers of land with 200 million people, half the size of West Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I please pass the microphone to the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, while we please excuse the Honorable Minister of Aviation to take his leave so that he can go and defend his meeting.
And I believe that the purpose of the interaction has been largely met. Not only have we shared the problems, we have also received very enthusiastic responses about options. And it will not be, in my view, a one-solution response. So, just as we are having this town hall meeting, our ministry is also committed to improving on public enlightenment. So we are preparing some data, some material, working with information management companies to help create an enlightenment infomedia material, which we will present shortly. Our other response, which I have shared with you, is to also replace as many of the damaged items as possible. And somebody made an allusion to maintenance culture. I hold the view very strongly that maintenance is not a culture, it is an economy. And we must consciously open up that economy. Again, the current administration under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari
You are still on to the services of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, on the live telecast of the town hall meeting of the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, focusing on protection of public infrastructure across the country. The question and answer segment is on. At about now, the ministers who are members of the panel are responding to the various issues raised. The Minister of Fashola, Batude Raji Fashola, is now responding to some of these issues.
Agencies must now consciously make maintenance of all of their assets and facilities a matter of compelling budgetary attention. Fixing bulbs, fixing windows, painting buildings, repairing, heating, ventilation and cooling, doing landscaping, cleaning the environment, and so on and so forth. This is one effort that helps to keep people in sustainable employment. And I will just refer to a few examples of what is going on in this area. 24 of our federal secretariats across the country have not only undergone rehabilitation for the improvement of the work environment of federal government staff in those places, they are now under facility management contracts by people who go there every day to clean, to wash, to sweep, to paint, and to make sure that all the facilities there are working. And you might have followed some of the activities on bridges like Chachangi, Koton Cafe, Third Mainland Bridge, Isaac-Boro, and so on and so forth across the country. Those are matters of now regular institutionalized maintenance going on 34 bridges across Nigeria, where we are replacing expansion joints, repairing damaged piers, and so on and so forth. These are not incidents of vandalism. They are just bridges that have been left since they were constructed some over 40 years ago, where the expansion joints are wear, the bearings are broken, and so on and so forth. So this is coming back. We're engaging divers, going underwater to do repair, to weld, and just to speak to maintenance. But as we do enlightenment to stop vandalism, as we do maintenance to prolong the life of our assets, I agree that we must also do law enforcement. And therefore, one of the options available under the law is that those who damage the assets should also be made to pay for them. That is one of the powers conferred on me as Minister for Works and Housing under the Federal Highways Act. So that bridge that I told you that truck driver drove through, we have arrested the truck and its driver. We are now computing the cost of restoring those bridges, and it is our intention to put those costs to him to pay for the restoration. We'll be working with the Office of the Attorney General in this regard. This is without prejudice, of course, to also our powers to also prosecute the driver for the criminal side of his actions. So those bridges at Alapa, Kofidiwo, and Sapade are those three bridges he drove through endangering. Now, if you go through the Federal Highways Act and the Nigerian Railways Act, these things are not new. They have happened before. So that was why 40 years ago, and perhaps longer, when the Federal Railways Act was enacted, there were already penalties for damage to public property. But the sanctions, the amount prescribed in some of them was 200 naira at that time. And those laws have not been amended. So instead of necessarily seeking to pass new legislation, I think what we really need to do is to work together, and I've been speaking to my colleague here, to just see those sections where the economic changes have overtaken the deterrent effect of those penalties, and to upgrade them and bring them to more consistent and contemporary penalties. Let me say that I have listened to the representative of the Galadima of Kashi, and one of the things I wanted to speak about was highlighted in his remarks about the role of the community. And I endorse his comments wholeheartedly. And what I just want to emphasize here is that all of us are members of the Nigerian community. And to say that this does not happen only in Nigeria, it happens in many other parts of the world that I have been through. So it is not a Nigerian problem, but there must be a Nigerian response. And one of the responses that I would urge is that all of us must own the infrastructure. If there is a sense of ownership to it, there will be a sense and a need to do the next thing, which is to protect the infrastructure. And if we protect the infrastructure, the next and consequential thing I will urge is that we teach our family members, we teach our friends, and by extension our community, to stand up against vandals.
These are my closing contributions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. May I now call on the Honorable Minister of Transportation to respond to issues that must have been raised by some of the contributors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I don't think anybody talked about railway after I spoke. But let's just want me to make additional statements. But the work additional statement is the fact that I still believe that consequences are not enough. If there are any consequences, not enough to deter people. The essence of punishment is deterrence. I don't see it yet. And I listened to my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Works, when he talked about the phenomenon is not new, it's correct. But the measures they took were far-reaching measures. They were drastic measures, which I don't want to say here. And maybe when you and I will tell you some of the measures that they employed to make people to desist from doing it. I believe that I agree with those who suggested, not from me, that the consequence of removing those tracks, which could lead to the death of so many persons. I give an example that there were by 84, each of our coaches contained 84 seats, so you have 84 passengers per coach. And so if you have 20 coaches, the number of persons you are carrying, and somebody out of his own selfish attitude gets that train derailed and they die, then those who argue that there should be death sentence by law may have sympathy, just at the beginning of the measures to deter them from such an act. Because it's when there is no punishment that people do whatever they like. That's what you see in Nigeria. Nigerians are such that if they discover there are consequences for an action, they get away from those consequences. If you remember before, under the military regime, how many of us could talk to an army officer or even a recruit in the army? Because if he slaps you and takes you to barrack, then the military regime, now there is democracy, you can talk to an army man, you can talk to a politician, you can talk to anybody like, because there is democracy. But you see how they deterred us because all of us know the consequences. I'm not saying that we should put a military-style response to railway activities, but a bit more difficult response that makes it difficult for anybody to do what they do. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you know time is always our problem. I know a lot of you are itching with more questions, but unfortunately, we may not continue. But before we leave, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly recognize the presence of Sheikh Rabiu Shehu, the Chief Imam Shehu Shagari Central Mosque, Area 1, here in Abuja, who has been with us. Sheikh, you're welcome. We also have amongst us Sheikh Kabir Mohammed Adam, the Deputy Chief Imam, National Mosque, Abuja. You are all welcome. We also have Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we round up, I think I must commend FEMA. FEMA is under Federal Ministry of Works. I have seen programs on the NTA every day, every Saturday by 10 a.m., preaching about vandalization of our national wealth. And I think we should commend them for doing that and for creating awareness. Engineer Nuruddin Rafindadi, we thank you for that. Please do more. And NTA always will give them space. We thank you most sincerely. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have told you time is always our problem. We are now getting to the end. And before we depart, may I ask the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, in the person of Dr. Mrs. Ifoma Adora Anyauka. Oh, sorry, ma'am. Sorry, it skipped my memory. The Honorable Minister of Information and Culture would come and give the closing remarks before we take the vote of thanks. Honorable Minister of Information, sir.
May I please first of all apologize for the very erratic power supply that has posed a real challenge to this town hall meeting. I think nothing speaks more graphically to the challenges of infrastructure as what we've just witnessed. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having listened to the panelists today, I'm in total shock. Why am I in total shock? Because the issue of damage to public infrastructure is by far more serious than I thought or knew. Presentations were simply compelling. For example, damage with just one bridge alone in Kano will cost over 1.8 billion to repair. The sheer number of damages done to rail tracks in the northwest, northeast, and north central in particular, and the eastern part is simply shocking. What about the dangers posed to rail passengers? In the FCT alone, we've been told that over 25,000 manholes and other infrastructure tools have been removed and have to be replaced. The funds that will be used to replace these covers and their other things, I'm told is about 2.6 billion, if I heard the Honorable Minister very well. This is money that could have been used for other services. Then come to aviation. The aviation infrastructure is very critical to national security. The scenario painted by the Honorable Minister of Aviation is serious. Imagine the danger posed by damage to VOR or windshield equipment, which have been tampered with regularly in some of our airports. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if any town hall meeting is actually more urgent than this one at this time. The issue of modernization of public infrastructure has implications not just for human lives, but also for resources and for the growth and development of the country. The message that came out clearly from these presentations are many. Messages are many. One is that the concerned ministry should work with the National Assembly to come up with a strong legislation that will prescribe very stiff punishments for offenders. As it has been shown that the absence of very stiff sanctions has unwittingly encouraged the wanton modernization of public infrastructure. Of course, the need for communal ownership of this infrastructure has also come out very strongly. Fortunately, we have the representative of the Senate President who just left us, and before he left, has actually assured us of a speedy treatment if any law is proposed for legislation. I have no doubt that the relevant ministries will work on this issue of legislation speedily. On our part at the Ministry of Information and Culture, I can assure you all that working with our agencies, we will continue and we shall embark on a massive sensitization of Nigerians on this very important issue. As I've said, we have 2 more town hall meetings dedicated to the issue of protecting public infrastructure, one in Calabar and the other in Maiduguri. May I very sincerely thank all those who have made suggestions on how to stop this vandalization, especially the President of the Senate and the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, who has raised the possibility of using plastic covers for the manholes. We need to continue to think out of the box to stop this wanton destruction. Another suggestion is that we should deploy technology to solve the problem. This is also noted. Our concerned Nigerian suggested that we take this issue to FEC. Let me say that it has been our practice to send a memo to FEC after every town hall meeting, either in form of a note or in form of a memo. And this one will not be different. I just shudder to imagine the dangers posed by damages to windshield equipment. Sorry. Finally, I want to end my contribution with the words of the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, that this may not be a peculiar Nigerian problem, but we must have a Nigerian response to it. Once again, I thank the panelists, my colleagues, honorable ministers who have graced this occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Permanent Secretary will thank you more fully and deeper than I have done. Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, for the wrap-up, where he reviewed all that has been said and what is expected of us. This is a very important town hall meeting where we are expected to protect our Commonwealth. And we believe that with all the parastatals of the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture represented here, those that are charged with the responsibility of enlightening Nigerians will do their very best. We thank you. We thank you, and we thank you for coming. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the former Secretary.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers here present, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. I deem it indeed a great honor and privilege to have been called upon today to propose this vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of the town hall meeting to address destruction of public infrastructure across the country. The importance of this event as a tool for charting the way forward for our dear nation cannot be overemphasized. Let me first of all start by thanking the Almighty God for making today's event not only possible, but a resounding success. And let me especially thank the chief host and convener of today's event, the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Muhammad. We thank you for all that you have been doing in addressing the challenges facing our dear nation. Let me, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture and all the agencies and parastatals of the ministry, express our profound and most sincere gratitude to our speakers today, the Honorable Ministers of Works and Housing, Transportation, Aviation, and Federal Capital Territory Administration for having enlightened us on issues relating to the wanton destruction of critical infrastructure across the nation. Your thought-provoking words have been very insightful, and they will continue to echo in our minds for a long time to come. I must say we have really benefited from your oratory prowess and expertise. Let me express our profound gratitude to everyone here present. Honorable ministers, service chiefs, permanent secretaries, chief executives of various agencies and parastatals, particularly those under the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. We value your continuing support, and we thank you all. Let me also thank our royal fathers here present, and indeed everybody, because you are all too numerous for me to mention you one by one. I thank you so dearly for making out time out of your very busy schedules to be part of this memorable event. I am of the belief that the time spent here has been very worthwhile, and I am assured that we have all gained a great deal of knowledge on the topical issues of today's discourse. I must mention a deep sense of appreciation to you all for patiently waiting and staying through to the end of this important national discourse. I would also like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee for the flawless logistics arrangements put in place in the organization of today's event. Undoubtedly, the event has been backed by a team of dedicated individuals who pay attention to details. Let me particularly thank the management and staff of the National Orientation Agency for their contributions to the success of this event. I must also thank the media networks, the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, the News Agency of Nigeria, Voice of Nigeria, and other media outfits for the live coverage of the event. I really cannot thank everyone here present enough for your presence and active participation. I, however, express deep appreciation for your very valuable contributions. I thank you all once again, and may God grant you all journey mercies as you go back to your various destinations. Thank you.
To your left, the picture will go right.
The problems have been enumerated, suggestions and solutions preferred. The ball has now been placed squarely on the court of the National Orientation Agency to develop messages on the implications of the ugly trend of destruction of public infrastructure, mainly in local languages, to drive home the message, which is that we must take care of our infrastructures in the localities.
Meeting. I want to also thank you. My name is Peter Dama, a retired Federal Director of Information and Culture, who anchored this program, saying a very thank you. We are sorry for any hitches that had happened in course of this town hall meeting. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we now all rise for the national anthem?
That's where we draw the curtain on this live telecast. And on behalf of the entire Outside Broadcast crew, I am Kelvin Ewunuaye, thanking you for finding time to be part of it.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link. And be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
The
This is the Network 7. This is the network service of the NTA.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We may be seated. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, represented by the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva. We welcome His Excellency, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, and members of the National Assembly here present, of the Senate here present. We welcome the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. We welcome all members of the House of Representatives here present. We welcome the representatives of governors of state, Dr. Honorable Oyiwa, representing the Governor of Benue State. We welcome Dr. Obunaya, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. We welcome Architect Olamilekon Adegbite, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel. We welcome the Honorable Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. We welcome the Honorable Minister of State Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Katagum. We welcome the Ministers of Petroleum and Hydrocarbon from across Africa, His Excellency Vincent the Paul Masasa, Hydrocarbon Ministry of Gabon. Welcome Tiemako Sangare, Mines and Hydrocarbon Mali, Benjamin Kwame Asante, Ministry of Energy in Ghana, Gabriel Mbaga Obi Anglima, the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbon Secretariat Guinea, members of the Diplomatic Corps here present. I've recognized them earlier. I will just move on for time. We welcome the Inspector General of Police, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the heads of the ministries, agencies, the DPR, the NNPC, the NCDMB, PEF, and all other agencies of the ministry here present, managing directors of international oil companies, led of course by the chairman of the OPTS and MD of Total Energies, Mike Sangster. We welcome MDs of independent indigenous E&P companies present with us this morning. We welcome chairmen and presidents of industry-relevant associations, not forgetting presidents and secretary generals of regional and international organizations, OPEC, ARPO, GECF, IEF, whom I have all recognized earlier, but for time I want to speak through sponsors of NIPS 2021, distinguished speakers of NIPS 2021, captains of industry, the members of the Fourth Estate of the REM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a time we want to discuss from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons, not just for Nigeria, but for across Africa and indeed the world. We commence our event with an opening remarks, and our welcome remarks. First off, I must say, give kudos to the organizing company doing this in partnership with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all the relevant agencies. That will be Brevity Anderson, whose chief executive officer is one of us. I'd like for us to please give him a resounding applause for tenacity and dedication to this course as he comes to do his welcome address. Let's welcome Mr. James Shindi.
His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Dr. Ahmed Lawal, Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, His Excellency Chief Dr. Timipre Silva, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols duly observed. You'd excuse me because we're running behind schedule, so all other protocols duly observed. My job this morning is very simple. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for making our time to be here with us this morning for the 4th edition of NIPS. The last 18 months have been absolutely horrible for this industry we all love so much, and for every one of us in this room, because one way or the other we felt the impact of this horrible virus. But the good news is this. The good news Hello? We seem to be having some technical issues.
Sound.
Apologies. So I was just saying, in the last 18 months, we've had a really horrible virus. But the good news is this. We made it. And for the fact that we're here this morning is testament to the fact that there's starting to be light at the end of the tunnel. The government's decision to move the first day of the event to the very seat of power is in itself evidence that the government is saying Nigeria is open for business. I must therefore thank the leadership of the National Assembly profoundly for being very patient with all of us, the ministry, the organizers. I thank them very much for being here this morning. I must thank the Nigerian government for keeping faith with the industry, for keeping faith with us, for keeping faith with the event, and for allowing us as Beverly Anderson to continue to be of service to deliver this world-class event. And so over the next few days, we'll hear from several speakers, experts in their fields, and it is my hope that this event marks the start of the journey to getting things back to some form of normalcy. I'd like to thank again, from the bottom of my heart, the leadership of the National Assembly for the patience with us. I thank the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Minister Dr. Silva, the PS, and everybody who's worked to make this event possible. And publicly, I'd like to thank my team and everybody who's worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. I'd like to thank also our partners and our sponsors. Without them, we would not be here this morning. On that note, I say thank you all very much, and I wish you all a very lovely conference. God bless us all. Thank you.
You're on to the live broadcast of the 2021 edition of the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, coming to you on the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm Lydia Sampson with the commentary, and I welcome you on behalf of all my colleagues behind the scene. The Nigerian International Petroleum Summit is the federal government of Nigeria official petroleum industry annual event with the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all its parastatals, including Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, and Department of Petroleum Resources. Petroleum Equalization Fund has joined host the International Petroleum Summit. The African Petroleum Technology and Business Conference is primed to come up with an action plan for Africa's oil and gas industry in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of the 4th edition of the summit, From Crisis to Opportunities, New Approaches to the Future of Hydrocarbons, Key Players Here Say, is what will be highlighted in the course of this conference. And as is tradition with the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, top African energy ministers are in attendance, and we are expected that in the next few days, the best brains and key policymakers from across the continent will chart a way forward and posit strategies for the management of Africa's huge hydrocarbon resources.
Chief Dr. Timmy Presilva, the President of the Senate, Dr. Ahmad Lawal, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Wajamela, members of the National Assembly, Ministers of Hydrocarbon, Permanent Secretaries of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Secretary Generals of international organizations, captains of industries, heads of security agencies, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an African petroleum technology and business conference with the theme From Crisis to Opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. Indeed, the coronavirus pandemic has dealt a harsh blow on global economies. The oil and gas sector, which is a major stay of many economies, Nigerians inclusive, is the worst hit. However, what has been known of humanity is the ability to evolve through the hard and harsh conditions and possibly invent something new. As it is said, tough times don't last, but tough people do. And I count Nigeria as a country that is consisting of tough people. The global pandemic has pushed us in the oil and gas sector to persevere, and through innovative thinking and actions, created new mechanisms towards sustaining the global oil and gas sector amidst a very trying time. This for us in Nigeria birthed the Decade of Gas initiative of the federal government as a means of diverting from premium motor spirit, PMS, with its resultant environmental concerns, to the use of a cleaner energy. Even though this is not a dream that can be achieved in a day, the commitment of Mr. President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, and our amiable Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Timi Silva, has given us the confidence that this can, however, be achieved as the signs have started to show. The Decade of Gas was the central theme of the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit pre-conference that took place on 29th March 2021 here in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It is on such premise of the need for cooperation and collaboration among African countries and the developed world, especially in trying times such as these, that such event as the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit holds. It is therefore my hope that as the deliberations commences with exhibitions of new technologies, post-pandemic session will be a season of abundance and bliss and for our countries and our people. I therefore call on all participants, speakers and discussants at this important program to ensure that the presentations and discussions that will ensue ultimately galvanize the oil and gas sector and create a better world post-COVID-19. I want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for his approval and support toward the hosting of this event. Your presence here today shows the importance you place on this program and your commitment to the mandate you set out for the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and indeed the entire oil and gas sector, which is to ensure steady and sufficient energy supply, as well as take millions of Nigerians out of poverty within the shortest possible time. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, my boss, has been on the driver's seat piloting the affairs of this sector. I thank you for providing exemplary leadership. To all the heads of agencies and sister ministries, your collaboration has been immeasurable and worth appreciating. I want to thank you all. On this note, I welcome everyone to the 4th Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, the African Petroleum Technology and Business Conference, and wish you a happy celebration. Thank you for coming. Stay safe by observing the COVID-19 protocol as the virus is still out there. Thank you and God bless us.
Thank you very much, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Petroleum Resources, Mr. Bitrus Bako Nabasu. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on swiftly to our next segment of the opening ceremony, which is the goodwill messages. And first off, in our goodwill messages, we're going over to Congo, but this time it's an expert in Congo. one of our own who is sitting in Congo as the Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. Please let's welcome Dr. Umar Farouk Ibrahim for his own goodwill message. Sound, sound, sound.
Your Excellency, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief, Minister of Petroleum Resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and special guest of honor at the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, NIPS, represented by His Excellency Chief Jimmy Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and Chief Host of the 4th Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, Your Excellency Ahmed Lawal, President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, Right Honorable Femi Gbadamiala, Speaker, House of Representatives, Ministers of the Federal Republic, Ministers of APO, Your Excellency Vincent Paul Masasa, my immediate past boss, geologist Mele Kolokiari, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've been requested to give a good message from the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit taking place this week in Abuja. And I should like to begin with a personal confession. I get excited extremely excited and happy each year during NIPS since it was first inaugurated. I get excited because from the maiden edition in 2018, NIPS has continued to record successes in 2018, 2019, 2020, and hopefully we are sure this year. Why the excitement? Am I a stakeholder in NIPS? Do I have a share in Brevity Anderson? Or do I still work in the office of the Minister of Petroleum Resources? No. I'm excited because I see in the success of NIPS the reward for confidence, for commitment, and for trust. I see in the success of NIPS the gradual realization of Nigeria's and indeed Africa's dream for the oil and gas industry. And what do I mean? Before 2016, Nigerians and indeed many APO countries, oil and gas operators and policymakers trooped in their hundreds every year to the Offshore Technology Conference in Houston, Texas. Tens of millions of US dollars are spent each year on travels, on Estacode, and exhibitions by Nigerian and other African countries' oil industry players. The then Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Emmanuel Ibekachuku, was one of the hundreds of Nigerians that attended the 2016 OTC. On his return, he called a meeting of his immediate aides and told us, I was then working as advisor to the minister, that that was the last OTC that Nigerian government and its agencies would sponsor. He wanted an OTC, and that he wanted an African OTC, and that potential investors in the African oil and gas industry should come to Africa to discuss deals, not in Houston. He said that he wanted a firm that could organize a truly international event that could attract other African countries and discourage them from going to Houston. It was agreed that even though there were lots of oil and gas conferences being organized in Nigeria at that time, it would not send a powerful signal if any of the existing firms was drafted to produce the event. At the same time, government was not prepared to put money into the project. When Brevity Anderson, among others, bid for the rights to produce the events, not many in the ministry nor its parastatals were confident that without government's financial support, they could organize a successful event. But the very first NIPS was a resounding success. That success was followed by the second, the third, and now the fourth. You can therefore see why I'm always happy with the success of NIPS, as it is a manifestation of the trust that Brevity Anderson reposed in Nigeria and indeed in Africa and our dreams from the very beginning. I cannot but also commend His Excellency Timi Pre-Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, and Kachuku's successor for taking the bold decision from the very beginning of his term in office to evaluate all projects he met on the ground and resolved to continue with those he was convinced needed to be continued. NIPS was one of the many projects he resolved to continue. Thank you, Minister Silva, and thank you, Messias Anderson. Now speaking for Apple, I would like to commend member country Nigeria for the leadership role it has played in the continent's oil and gas industry. Only last week, Nigeria hosted the first Africa Local Content Roundtable, where a number of Apple member countries participated, expressing their great concern about the future of the industry in Africa, especially in the light of the global aggressive pursuit of energy transition. It is therefore gratifying to note that most of the concerns expressed by participants at the roundtable are topics of the various sessions at NIPS 21. Given the enormous constraints that COVID-19 has introduced to the global economy, and especially the oil and gas industry, and the determination of the developed world to fast-track the energy transition train, it is important that the organizers of NIPS keep being innovative in order to be able to continue to attract huge patronage from key industry stakeholders. And one way to be innovative is to strive to be more focused by admitting that NIPS cannot cover all there is to cover about the industry globally. Rather, greater focus should be on examining the challenges of the industry on the African continent and proffering solutions to them. That way, it shall succeed in creating a niche for itself as the must-attend summit for the latest pulse of the continent's oil and gas industry key players and policy makers. Apple is most pleased with the support that its member countries have been giving to NIPS, evidenced in the physical and virtual attendance of its ministers and senior representatives at all NIPS from inception. Thank you for your support, Excellencies. I should also like to thank the organizers of NIPS for the opportunity to deliver this goodwill message. I wish participants very fruitful deliberations, and to His Excellency, Mr. President, Apple thanks you for your continuous support and that of your government. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization. Moving on from him, we go over now to our next goodwill message. This time we are taking it virtually. But before I bring up that virtual speaker, I want to appreciate the virtual presence of the governors of OPEC and some other Apple minister members who are joining us online. We thank all of you for finding time excuse me, to join us virtually. So we're continuing now to our goodwill message as I welcome the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum, His Excellency Dr. Yuri Centurion. Joining us virtually, can we take Dr. Centurion? Go ahead, please. I can't hear him. Okay. Sound. Okay, there's no audio. If you're having technical hitches, can I move on to the next speaker while you sort that out? Okay.
A well-established platform of the GCF esteemed member country Nigeria to engage with local, regional and global communities and promote domestic and gas potentials. My particular appreciation goes to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, as well as His Excellency Timim Presilva, Minister of State for Energy Affairs. They have been our long-standing partners, and having worked closely with them, I can affirm that the energy sector in Nigeria is currently witnessing a golden era of sustainable growth under their wise and prudent leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2020 is a great example of a corner case which refers to unusual behaviors that occur in complex systems when faced with a sudden change. By stress testing governments, people, media, manufacturing, COVID-19 exposed the fragility positively. Nigeria is one of such cases. While the world was grappling with challenges on a number of fronts, will add to the strength of Africa's largest LNG exporter. It will, of course, create thousands of new jobs for the world's seventh and Africa's most populous nation. The energy policymakers of Nigeria have also unveiled the 614 kilometers long Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kana pipeline at a cost of $2.8 billion to connect the eastern, western, and northern regions of this vast country. In March 2021, I had the chance to join Muhammadu Buhari's vision to transform Nigeria into a gas-based economy by 2030. As part of this vision, the government aims to fully utilize the enormous gas resources in the country to drive industrialization and uplift the economy. The GCF, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, is proud that one of its founding members has placed natural gas at the center of its economic revitalization. And we hope that others will emulate Nigeria's example, especially in the context of economic recovery. The voices in support of natural gas's role in global economic stimulation are rising. Last month, the European Union's landmark rules to classify green investments began the consideration of natural gas. This is no surprise. Natural gas can help reduce emissions. The move away from investment in upstream gas resources can substantially affect the security of supply and prevent countries from accessing competitive and clean energy sources, such as natural gas, which is compatible with sustainable development. According to the latest available figures from the flagship GCF Gas Outlook 2050, which is driven by our in-house developed global gas model and its powerful digitalized toolkit, among other, natural gas will become the leading source in the global energy mix by mid-century, increasing its share from 23% today to 28% by 2050. The GCF is convinced that natural gas as an abundant, affordable, and clean hydrocarbon source has a vital role in the energy transition, while simultaneously supporting progress on several sustainable development dimensions, including the guardianship of ecosystems, human health, and economy. I am sure that the energy world will look keenly towards Nigeria as it develops its gas industry for the future. I believe the Nigerian success will inspire development of the industry elsewhere in Africa, which enjoys a particular focus at the GCF. The 2019 Malabo Declaration, at the outcome of the 5th GCF Summit of Heads of State and Government held in Equatorial Guinea, crystallizes this ambition of our member countries very clearly by stating that promote the GCF cooperation with African countries to use gas as the core source of energy in their development programs and climate change policies, with the aim to overcome energy poverty, enhance development, and to mitigate carbon dioxide emissions. Thank you ever so much for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you. And God bless you too, Dr. Yuri Centurion. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next goodwill, and this time from the International Energy Forum, we welcome its Secretary General, His Excellency Joseph McMonigal. Can we take Mr. McMonigal? Okay, so we're moving on swiftly now to a physical presentation. I'm told we had technical issues with that one. We're moving on now to a physical presentation as I welcome the Chairman of Oil Producers Trade Section and the Managing Director of Total Energies Nigeria for his goodwill. Welcome, Mr. Mike Sangster.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our host for this event, the Honourable Minister of State for Petroleum, the Senate President, Speaker of the House, all ministers present here today, all champions of industry, all distinguished guests, please allow me to stand on the established protocol. So on behalf of the oil producers section of the Labour Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister, for the opportunity to be part of the 4th Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. I would also like to use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister for the past successful summits, which I think have been a platform for highlighting the strong capabilities of the industry here in Nigeria and the investment opportunities which are available. Now, the theme of this year's summit, as we have already heard, is from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. And I'm sure we can all agree this really resonates, I think, with everyone in the room today after a year full of all sorts of turmoil, both professional and personal. Now, some of these crises that we have experienced, I think, really based on short-term issues. Obviously, the oil price war at the beginning of last year. Then, of course, the pandemic had some issues on oil demand and the disruption of the sector as a whole and the whole value chain. But I think as the world progressively starts to mitigate the impact of the pandemic, and I think today is a really good example of what can be done. We are starting to see signs, of a resurgence of global economic growth, and I think this will present Nigeria, with new opportunities, to develop what we all know is very, very large or abundant natural resources. Now, 2020 also saw momentum towards the energy transition, and we saw some global reduction in demand for fossil fuels. And I think one thing is clear to me is that this trend will continue. So I think this summit really is a perfect opportunity for all the key actors, government, regulators, national companies, private companies, and all the suppliers to the industry to work together to ensure that Nigeria is competitive and in the international landscape and as an attractive destination for investment. It's our hope, and indeed it's our expectation, that this summit will help to identify and proffer solutions towards ensuring the sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas, and this is the decade of gas after all. And I think this would consequently boost investor confidence and attract investment to grow the industry for the benefit of all stakeholders and all Nigerians. So in all this, OPTS remains committed as a trusted partner of the government and all stakeholders in the industry to move the industry forwards. So I'd like to wish you all very fruitful discussions over the next few days, and I look forward to engaging with you all personally, constructively, to find solutions to all these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mike Sangster, Chairman, Oil Producers Trade Section. Continuing, we will take another live goodwill message. This time, I'm moving on to the towers as I welcome the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Mr. Mele Kiari. Let's welcome him, please.
Mr. President, ably represented, distinguished Senate President, distinguished Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers present, very many other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, too many for me to mention, so I'll save your time, and to express my profound gratitude to be allowed to say a few words in this occasion and to welcome all of us. NNPC being one of the major contributors to hosting this event. We're happy to see this event happen today for two reasons. One is that physical meetings of this nature have become very rare, and I know that the industry is looking forward to gathering of this nature so that we can interact, we can move the industry forward, and also deliver value to our shareholders. Our Minister of State of Petroleum Resources, I'd like to congratulate you for making this work. We know that this is very, very expedient at this time. And also the very fact that this engagement in the past has produced enormous resources, too numerous to mention. My colleague Mike and the Permanent Secretary have said a few words around this. We know that there are crises in the industry today. Definitely the team of this conference cannot be better than anyone else can imagine to say that from crisis to opportunity, new approach to the future. Well, we are aware of all of the energy transition issues that are going on across the globe. We also know the challenges that the COVID-19 has thrown at the industry and on the entire globe. And the end result is that there is depression in demand. People's choices have changed. Many things will never come back to the normal that we know. And ultimately, it will affect our business. For us locally here, we know we have challenges around fiscal stability. So much is going on today. Distinguished Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker here, and the Honorable Minister, there's effort going on to make sure that the petroleum industry bill comes into play. At the back of this, there are concerted engagements in the industry with our partners, leading to even the closure of some of very difficult engagements that has become a matter of litigation between us and our partners. And we're very proud that one of such has been concluded, and it has opened a road to many, many other understanding and agreement that we can meet with our partners. Of course, we also are aware that cost is everything in the future. The crisis has thrown up the fact that only the best of producers will survive, and therefore cost control becomes a major issue for the industry. Everybody is aware of this, and the industry and we and our partners are working together to make sure that this works for all of us. And of course, I know this conference will bring out the very fact that funding is a major issue in the industry today for two reasons. One, there are paucity of resources across the globe, and secondly, there's overall reluctance by investing companies or our banking authorities to even put money into fossil fuel-related businesses. This is what we have to live with, what we have to contend. But obviously, the best of the businesses that will survive are the ones that try to transit into much more climate-friendly businesses. And lastly, of course, security is a major issue for us in our business today. There are concerted efforts across the industry in the Niger Delta area and all other locations to make sure that we contend the issues of security around our assets. We are aware that significant work has been done. The level of security issues has clearly diminished, but there's still work to be done. And of course, that means much more needs to be done by all of us. And we are very proud that the work that the federal government is doing today is yielding results. And every reaction that is necessary to make sure that this works for our country is very, very welcome by the industry. And we are completely aligned with this, with the help and support of the Honorable Minister. Lastly, to combat this crisis to advantage, this industry must work together to look at advantages that are inherent in the transition that we're going through. Every company must try to be an energy company and not necessarily an oil and gas company. That's what everybody is doing, and this is what we're also doing in the NMPC to make sure that we transform from what we are today to an energy company. And to do this, you must automate, you must reduce your costs, you must be more efficient, and also you must be more collaborative in our approaches, and this is paying off for us. And of course, ultimately, this crisis as it is today, as we face in the industry, is surely an opportunity for us to do many things differently, and particularly more so in our country today, where the enormous gas resources can be converted to value, and we can join the journey for blue and green hydrogen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that as we go ahead, this conference will add more value to this conversation, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Group Managing Director of the NNPC. Moving on to the opening keynote, we move over now to OPEC's headquarters in Austria, as I welcome His Excellency Mohammad Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General of OPEC, for NIP's 2021 opening keynote.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute privilege for me to address the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. OPEC has been extremely proud to support this summit since its first iteration in 2018. Unfortunately, the OPEC Secretariat team cannot attend in person due to the current travel restrictions, but we are in Abuja in heart and in spirit. Mr. President, in just over a month's time, we will commemorate a transformative date for OPEC and Nigeria, the 50th anniversary of Nigeria's membership of our organization. Over the last 5 decades, the unique relationship between OPEC and Nigeria has had a multitude of positive consequences for both parties. The intertwining destinies of OPEC and Nigeria predates membership. On 14 September 1960, OPEC was founded on the shores of the River Tigris in Baghdad, Iraq.
This is the network service of the NTA. We'll be joining our outside broadcast crew for another live broadcast. This broadcast will be continued later.
Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we thank you today that we are here to record another great stride and feats that you have done in our dear state. We thank you for the leader that you have given to us in River State, in person of your servant, His Excellency Yesom Ezenwa Wike. We thank you for wisdom. We thank you for right leadership. We thank you, Lord, for the conception of laudable projects, of which one of them is the Mother and Child Hospital, for which we are here to commission. Dear Lord and Father, we pray that you continue to guide and lead him. We pray that you continue to give him the boldness of leadership, the voice to speak for his people. We pray that, God, you will protect and guide him. We pray that you will give him spiritual and physical strength. We pray that, God, that you will bless his ideas and vision. And that, God, at the end, all glory and honor will be given unto you. And now, O Lord, we commit this ceremony into your hands. That all we shall do here, O God, shall be directed and guided by your governance. That at the end of this ceremony, your name and your name alone shall be glorified, and the blessing shall be upon your people. We pray in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
And thanks for joining us on this live broadcast, coming to you from Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, on the stable of Africa's largest television network, the NTA. The occasion is the commissioning of Mother and Child Hospital located at Rumomasi along Aba Road. And to commission this massive edifice is the Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire. On behalf of the broadcast crew, I welcome you to this inauguration. I am Jenny Bassi.
Mayor, GSSRS, former governor of Rivers State. Right Honorable Ikunyi Owaje Ebani, Right Honorable Speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly. Chief Dan Obi, Zonal Chairman, PDP South. Ambassador Desmond Akawo, State Chairman, PDP. Senator George Thompson Sekibo, CON, and other distinguished senators and honorable members of the Federal House of Representatives and the State House of Assembly present. Right Honorable Sir Austin Opara, OFR, former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. And other elder statesmen present. Honorable Mohammed Adoke, SAN, former Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, and other former ministers present. The President, Nigerian Medical Association, Professor Innocent Uja, MNI. Your Royal Majesties and Highnesses present, Permanent Secretaries, the Chairman Obiagbo Local Government Area, the Paramount Ruler of Rumomasi, the Chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, Rivers State, Chiefs, Elders, and good people of Rumomasi, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the commissioning of the state-of-the-art Mother and Child Hospital and Doctors' Quarters, built by the Rivers State government to provide access to affordable, efficient, and effective healthcare services to the people. Please, can we appreciate the Rivers State government? Your Excellency, to welcome you in the traditional way, permit me to invite His Majesty, the Eze Bakabaka of Evo Kingdom, His Majesty Dr. Leslie Nyebuchi Eke, and of course, the Ezeolo of Rumomasi, Eze Sir Raymond Shinda, and others.
What happened to his mind? Your Excellency, he made an obedient earlier.
People get their news and information from more media sources than ever before. Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? People can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA.
Independent nations. Many giants of Nigerian public service have been responsible for the successful membership and are addressing this summit today. It is an honor to share this platform with His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, the OPEC family knows the depth of gratitude we owe you for the pivotal role you played in the Declaration of Cooperation process. The Declaration of Cooperation constitutes an unprecedented milestone in the history of OPEC. For this first time ever, OPEC coordinated with 10 non-OPEC oil-producing countries, led by the Russian Federation, in a concerted effort to accelerate the stabilization of the global oil market. Mr. President, you have consistently shown your impeccable credentials as a bastion of the principles underpinning international relations, respect for all nations, fulfilling responsibilities, transparency, and fairness. Your tenure as president has coincided with two recessions caused by the plummeting oil prices. All energy-dependent developing economies like ours were affected by this oil cycle downturn. From 2014 to 2016, world oil supply growth increased by 4.3 million barrels a day. By July 2016, OECD commercial stock overhang reached a record high of about 403 million barrels over the 5-year average. The OPEC reference basket price fell by an extraordinary 80% between June 2014 and January 2016. Some crude oil benchmarks fell below $10 a barrel. Mr. President, invested 5% in both 2015 and 2016, a fall amounting to above $300 billion. There were significant job losses across the industry, as well as increasing financial and operational stresses in terms of foregone revenues by diverting resources to the most productive sectors of the economy. The government was able to revive growth. Nigeria speedily exited recession and returned to the path of growth. The government promptly provided much-needed economic stimulus. This proactive response protected the economy from a more severe contraction. The government should be applauded for its quick and robust actions. When President Muhammadu Buhari assumed office, his integrity and solidarity, the President has the sacred duty and responsibility to act in the interest of the unity and security of our nation and peoples. I commend the President for being faithful to his oath of office, especially in the face of glaring threats to our security. Violent attacks on our men and women in uniform are reprehensible and should be condemned by all and sundry in the strongest terms possible. I urge all my fellow compatriots to join hands to support all levels of government to promote the cause of unity, peace, and stability of our great country, Nigeria. Mr. President, there simply has never been anything like the COVID-19 pandemic in modern memory. Daily life has been transformed by the necessary lockdowns initiated by governments across the world, as well as the widespread travel restrictions and the business and industry shutdowns. No nation or sector of the global economy has been spared. By the end of March 2020, the world seemed a different planet to what it had been at the beginning of that month. First and foremost, the COVID-19 pandemic is a human tragedy. Almost 180 million people have been sickened by the virus. Over 3.7 million precious lives have perished, and millions of livelihoods have been destroyed. No region or sector has been spared. As the International Labour Organization has shown, labor markets around the world were disrupted in 2020 on a historically unprecedented scale. Hours were lost relative to the fourth quarter of 2019, equivalent to a staggering 255 million full-time jobs. Ominously, working hour losses in 2020 were approximately 4 times greater than during the global financial crisis in 2009. The most challenging period in this most challenging of years was April 2020. Mr. President, in OPEC, we were stunned, but went negative for the first time in history, with prices plummeting to minus $37 a barrel. Sellers, Mr. President, were paying buyers to lift their crude on that fateful day. In response to this unprecedented situation, OPEC knew it had to act. Thankfully, we did not need to reinvent the wheel. We turned to the mechanism, the framework that had helped us emerge out of the 2015-2016 oil market downturn, the Declaration of Cooperation between OPEC and non-OPEC producing countries. It was an effort to move from crisis to opportunity. Participating countries have taken proactive and preemptive action to help reduce volatility, stabilize the oil market, and provide a flexible platform for recovery with potentially broader participation in the coming years. This was evidently on display, Mr. President, at the 9th and 10th extraordinary meetings of the OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meetings on the 9th and 12th of April 2020, respectively. At these seminal meetings, it was agreed to adjust downwards overall crude oil production by 9.7 million barrels to 31st December 2020 by 7.7 million barrels a day, and from 1st of January 2021 to 30th of April 2022 by another 5.8 million barrels a day. This is the largest and the largest in the history of the oil industry. These industry-saving measures were commended by a broad range of stakeholders, including the G20 under the presidency of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Participating countries and improve the core principles upon which our enterprise was founded, namely transparency, testimony to the depth of our commitment. In total, Mr. President, we held the ministerial meetings 9 times in 2020, and so far 5 times in 2021. After the unprecedented turmoil of last year, in recent months we have seen relative stability in the oil market. The market has continued to react positively to the decisions we took, including the upward adjustments of production levels beginning in May this year. Overall conformity to the production adjustment, enforcing the trend of high global economy, oil market fundamentals, and the oil demand outlook have all been encouraged by positive news of vaccine rollouts and the continuing massive fiscal stimulus that is driving the economic rebound. OPEC has revised its economic global outlook forecast up to 5.5% for 2021, and the oil demand growth forecast remains at 6 million barrels a day. It should be borne in mind that the majority of this demand is backloaded to the second half of 2021. A backwardation structure remains in all major crude oil benchmarks and commercial oil stock inventories in April. This is 160 million barrels lower than the same time 1 year ago, and 34 million back to see further drawdowns in the months ahead. Despite the positives, Mr. President, it is clear that uncertainties, even vaccine rollout, particularly when looking at the developed versus the developing world, virus mutations, an orderly and transparent return of supplies to the global market, inflationary pressures, and central bank responses. Mr. President, over the last 20 months, OPEC has upgraded its volatility fighting toolkit. Our monthly meetings and partnership with non-OPEC producing countries under the Declaration of Cooperation have enabled us to improve both the nimbleness and comprehensiveness of our responses to oil market stability. Allow me to conclude by assuring Mr. President and all stakeholders in the energy industry that we are determined to build on the progress achieved thus far and do what we can to continue to contribute to stability in the oil market on a sustainable basis. Mr. President, on behalf of OPEC, we wish you long life, good health, many years of service to our great country, to OPEC and the international community. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish us all a very successful summit.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Bakindo, Secretary General of OPEC. There onwards we go now to ministerial address as I welcome the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources for his own address, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, represented, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, the Speaker, Minister Masasa of Gabon, and other ministers from outside Nigeria that are here, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, honorable ministers of state, federal permanent secretaries, chief executives of national and foreign oil companies, especially the chairman of the OPTS, delegates, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me just start by saying that, speaking in human terms, NIBS was lucky last year. It was lucky because it was one of the very few events, oil and gas events, that held physically last year before the lockdowns across the world. This year, and from last year, the oil and gas industry, speaking in human terms, has been physically challenged because we couldn't hold any physical event for a long time. But today we are happy that at least some of us are here physically. You are all welcome. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and its parastatals, I warmly welcome you to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. When this summit was conceived by this administration in 2016, there was no pretense about the objective. It was conceived to be the preeminent oil and gas industry event. 3 editions down the line, and now the 4th one, I can boldly say that Nigeria International Petroleum Summit has truly attained its objective. The credit for this goes to Mr. President, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, for his leadership, steadfastness, and unalloyed support towards ensuring that the country's oil and gas industry, which lays the golden egg, is on sound footing. Thank you, Mr. President. This year's NIBS comes on the eve of the award of new marginal field licenses after several failed attempts over the past 20 years. I am personally delighted. This is because getting this new set of marginal fields off the ground is definitely a stepping stone towards achieving the country's aspiration meeting the target of 4 million barrels per day crude oil production and 40 billion barrels to achieve that dream. This year's theme is From Crisis to Opportunities, New Approaches to the Future of Hydrocarbons. It is true that the industry has been overwhelmed by unprecedented crisis as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is also true that the crisis heralded volatile challenges, uncertainties, low oil prices, and financial impacts that led to downsizing and bankruptcy in some instances. But I want to focus on the brighter side. That is why, for me, the meat of this year's theme is the new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. The scenarios being projected by some experts is that energy transition and winning the world of fossil fuel will make the world a better place. I believe so too, but I do not see that happening overnight. Hydrocarbons have provided the majority of the world's energy for centuries, and that fact is not going to change all of a sudden. I am yet to see that disruptive technology that has great flexibility, affordability, and applicability to replace oil and gas immediately. However, Nigeria is on track in moving its economy to cleaner energy sources in the area of renewables. Gas currently serving as the bridge to achieving that. Ladies and gentlemen, with increasing oil price volatility and increased pressure for cost reduction, our industry needs to reinvent itself so that we can fully, without thanking my team from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the departments and agencies within the ministry who are joint hosts of this summit. A special mention goes to the Brevity Anderson Consortium for their professionalism, diligence, and marked excellence in putting together this world-class industry event again. To all the delegates and exhibitors, I expect a free flow of information and frank exchanges of ideas which will be truly effective in enabling us to improve our knowledge and the state of our industry. Once again, I welcome you all to this and wish us fruitful deliberations and exhibitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Press Silva, Honorable Minister of State. He looked at him that they were here, the oil is here with us to stay for some time to time. However, after departure, let's first agree on the nature of oil itself, that it is finite. It's not infinite. It is finite. And the earlier we begin to plan and understand the fact that it is finite, and the earlier we begin to plan, the better for us as a country. There is need at this time to maximize the output and to make hay while the sun shines. Otherwise, that time which we see as being far away will come upon us before we know it, and we'll be caught pants down. It is the finite nature of oil. That is why today perhaps the most fashionable two words
in that industry is renewable energy, because that is infinite. And that brings me to the role of the legislature. I'm not an expert in the industry. I know very little compared to most of you that are seated here today. However, what I do know is that for you to succeed, for that industry to grow, the legislature plays a very important role in providing the framework for its growth. And what is that framework? As of today, the framework that we know, and that is a bill that is at the tongue of everybody in Nigeria today, that is the PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill. The Petroleum Industry Bill has been long coming, and it's been almost 20 years now. We never got it right. And we are determined in the National Assembly to get it right this time around. We have imposed a self-imposed date. I remember clearly saying some time ago that we should have it out of the House by the end of April. Now, we have gone beyond that. But I believe, and we believe in the National Assembly, that no matter the pressure, anything worth doing is worth doing well. It is better to tarry on the side of caution and get it right. Something that has been long coming that we haven't been able to get right for 20 years. If we want to get it right, we must not sacrifice the experience of time on the altar of time. I believe that there are diverse and competing interests. Many have approached me as a speaker, various interests. And I believe those interests must be put together, side by side. Nobody's trying to drive anybody out of business. That is not our job. We're expected to encourage business, whether foreign, whether local, or community-based. But as we juggle, as these competing interests juggle and try to elbow each other out, it is the role of the National Assembly to look for a balancing act, bearing in mind that the most important interest for us is the national interest. And it is that a national interest that we have that we will look at while considering other interests, competing interests, to strike what I think is a very delicate balance in this industry. I want to thank the organizers of this very epochal event, the fourth one, I believe, for having the thoughtfulness, understanding the importance of the industry to our economy. I heard the anecdote by the first speaker about how this started and how our last, I believe it was the minister or the group managing director, I can't remember, did say that no more OTC. He wanted the African OTC. Well, here we are, the African OTC, and I wish you well. I wish all our participants well. I wish us fruitful deliberations, and I believe that the outcome, hopefully the outcome of this 2 or 3 day event will be to the benefit of the industry and to the benefit of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker, Federal House of Representatives. Moving onwards from him, we go over now to the chairman of the National Assembly and president of the Nigerian Senate. Welcome, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, for his own remarks.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, represented by the Minister of State, Federal Minister of Petroleum Resources, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Femi Bajaba-Mila, very distinguished and honored members of the National Assembly present, honorable ministers, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me thank the organizers of NIPS 2021 for inviting me to be part of this very important event. I believe that this is one additional achievement by the oil industry and organizers, being the fourth of NIPS since it started. I congratulate you for that. Let me also say from the onset that the National Assembly is and remains very committed to ensuring that Mr. President and the administration continues to enjoy the support of the National Assembly, the legislature, in revitalizing the country's hydrocarbon sector. In 2020, the National Assembly passed the Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Contract Act 2004. That was one effort between the legislature and the executive arms of government. We believe that the National Assembly has every reason to work with the executive arm of government to ensure that the oil industry in Nigeria is competitive and provides the optimum revenues to our country for the development of our nation. Today, the National Assembly and the executive arm of government are working together to ensure the passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill. Like the Honorable Speaker said, we had thought that the PIB would have been passed by May, really. But there again, you have to have a balancing act between speed and, of course, accuracy. We want to be very fair in listening to everyone, but one different approach that has been able to bring us where we are today in the Petroleum Industry Bill processing is that we have decided right from the beginning that the solo effort in 2007, 2008, by the then executive arm of government, by bringing to the National Assembly the PIB. And of course, at the end of the day, we know what happened. The National Assembly could not pass the PIB. In 2011, it was the same thing. It was a solo effort by the executive arm of government, and the National Assembly could not pass the PIB. In 2015, there was a reversal of role. The National Assembly conceived the bills And of course, the PIB could not materialize. So in our legislative agenda for 2019 to 2023, in the 9th Senate and indeed the National Assembly, we decided that we must have a better way. Neither the solo effort of the executive nor the solo effort of the legislature could deliver the PIB. We better have a cooperative approach where the National Assembly will work with the administration to conceive the bill through very rigorous consultation, and at the end of the day, we narrow down our differences and areas of potential conflicts. And I think we have been able to achieve that significantly. The speed and the commitment the National Assembly has shown in working on the PIB and reaching where we are today shows that we have chosen the right path. As I speak, our joint committees of both the Senate and House on the PIB are about to conclude writing the report, which will be submitted to both chambers of the National Assembly. Our expectation is that we will pass the PIB within this month of June, by the grace of God. We are guided by one principle, that the hydrocarbons endowment we have in Nigeria must give Nigerians the benefit of being in Nigeria. But we are also very conscious of the fact that those businesses that are here to have a very good business environment, and therefore we need a competitive environment that will not only retain those businesses that we have in Nigeria, but also attract businesses from other climes. And we are not unmindful of the fact that many countries have petroleum or oil these days. So we need to ensure that Nigeria's environment is competitive enough. And that is why we have allowed for so much consultation. There have been public hearings, and of course, stakeholders have made their presentations. And I want to assure you all that the final product of the PIB will be a product that will ensure a win-win situation for everyone. We also need to ensure that when you have the legal framework, the PIB in place, it doesn't simply give you what you want. We must, as an administration, continue to ensure that there is calm, that there is security, that there is stability in the Niger Delta area where the oil is produced. So far, so good. But we shouldn't take anything for granted. We have to do everything that is necessary to continue to enjoy that security and stability. The host communities need to be carried along, and we have done that during the public hearing. We have given opportunities for host communities to participate in the public hearing for the PIB, and we have taken note of what they have submitted in the public hearing. I'm sure that at the end of the day, the National Assembly will give this country the kind of a legal framework to regulate the oil industry in Nigeria in such a manner that everybody would like to come in here, put in more resources, that our companies, especially the IOCs, will be able to attract more funds to our country, to this sector, because it's going to be very, very profitable. Finally, I want to once again thank the organizers, and I wish this very important gathering a very fruitful deliberation and final decent outcome that will guide the oil industry in our continent. Thank you very much, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan. Onwards now, but before I bring up our final speech for this opening ceremony, I would quickly want to just make a short announcement that following this concluding speech for the opening ceremony, I would call for a particular photo ops. After that photo ops, we would go into the ministerial panel session. Preceding that will be the keynote from the GMD for that particular session. We're going to have it in the room here. So I would ask us to please, when I call for the photo ops, keep it to those whom I'll be inviting for the photo ops, so that we'll still keep the hall in order before we proceed to the session after the photo ops. But for now, it's time to listen to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, as represented by the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Let's welcome, this time as President's representative, His Excellency Chief Timipri Silva. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. This time I'm dressed in borrowed robes. Mr. President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, please excuse me for speaking after you. I'm not the one speaking, really. The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic, distinguished Senator Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Bajabia Mila. Let me, at this point, stand on the protocols already established. It is with great delight that I welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. About 3 months ago, some of us in this gathering came together for the Decade of Gas Conference, which served as a prelude to the present event. The highly successful pre-summit event created the momentum for what we are going to experience, to witness over the next 4 days. It is therefore with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the main summit, the 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. Over the past 3 editions, the summit has grown both in stature and relevance, that it has become a veritable platform for Nigeria and Africa to engage the local investment communities as well as directly market our oil and gas sector as credible business investment destination to a global audience. This administration has demonstrated an unparalleled commitment to the overhauling of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. The ambitious goal of ramping up crude oil production to at least 4 million barrels per day and building a reserve of 40 billion barrels remains sacrosanct and guiding principle to our overall outlook for the industry. Creating the conducive business environment for our hydrocarbon industry to thrive is no longer a choice. It is a necessity. The Senate President and the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives are participating in this summit, and they have given us updates on the Petroleum Industry Bill and when the National Assembly will pass this all-important industry bill. I want to briefly give my own perspective on the theme for this year's summit, from crisis to opportunities, new approaches to the future of hydrocarbons. Crisis is often an opportunity to redefine objectives and provide the pathway for rediscovery. The crisis the oil and gas industry is facing today was necessitated by COVID-19. It accelerated an unprecedented demand for disruption and a supply glut. It accelerated an unprecedented demand disruption and the supply glut that generated the crisis for the global economy in general and the oil industry in particular. Addressing this crisis has presented both challenges and opportunities. The immediate challenge is that the global agenda for energy transition has slightly taken the backseat. Governments across the world are now more focused on managing the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on economies than the quest for energy transition. However, energy transition is real. Renewable technologies are getting cheaper, and investors are increasingly conscious of environmental issues and are beginning to turn their back on hydrocarbon investments. But history has shown that human beings have insatiable appetite for energy, which renewables does not have the capacity to cope with in the foreseeable future. Experts project that about 80% of the world's energy mix in 2040 will still come from hydrocarbons. Fossil fuels will continue to be the source of dozens of petrochemicals feedstock that companies transform into versatile and valued materials for modern life. Thus, hopefully, the hydrocarbon industry will still remain a multi-trillion-dollar industry in the coming decades. For us as a country, with a vast hydrocarbon potential, that is an opportunity. How we exploit that opportunity is a matter of strategy. Developing that strategy is at the heart and the core objective why in 2016, the Federal Executive Council of this administration approved the establishment of the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the fundamental outcome expected from this summit should therefore be the strategies and new approaches to the future of our hydrocarbon industry and how to return to the attractive industry performance of the pre-pandemic era. In this regard, lower cost is critical. Cost is the energy of the future. The industry needs to drive down its cost per barrel before it is exterminated by prices falling below production costs, a phenomenon we experienced at the outset of the pandemic. Given that about 80% of the global energy mix by 2040 will still be hydrocarbon, we cannot turn our back yet on more exploration. Discovery of new fields is crucial. And we also need to address short-term opportunities using existing technology that can extend the life of mature fields. Nobody should doubt our commitment in this regard, given our bold move to issue new marginal field licenses recently. I wish to commend the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the NNPC, DPR, and other relevant MDAs for their steadfastness and helping this administration build a robust hydrocarbon industry. I also wish to commend international oil companies, the indigenous oil companies, and financial institutions for their role in keeping the industry alive despite the challenges. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare this summit open. I wish you fruitful deliberations and enjoyable stay in Abuja. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented here now by the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said before his speech, I made an appeal that I'll be calling out certain group of persons for photo ops, and I'm appealing that please we keep it to the number I will be requesting in the next few moments. Kunle, can you please direct the official event photographers to be in front of the hall now? Official event photographers. If you're not official, please remain on the corner side for now. I appreciate you for that. I need all the space I can get to do what I'm about to do. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now. For this is our traditional photo ops with some of the key sponsors of at NIPS. Let me first of all...
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, whatever has a beginning, they say must have an end. Thank you for being part of this live broadcast. As we've heard from various speakers, the scope of the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit 2021, there's the 4th edition, has been expanded to incorporate the latest industry trends and topical issues at the forefront of every energy leader's agenda. This is because it has become a platform for industry players from the public, private sectors to interact, transact, and develop agenda for government and support Nigeria's role in galvanizing other global players in addressing challenges in the industry. Once again, I'd like to say on behalf of all my colleagues who work tirelessly behind the scene, say a big thank you to all of you for being part of this.
This is the network service of the NTA.
For the opening prayer, we respectfully invite Venerable Alex Osifo, Rector, St. Michael's Anglican Church, Rumomasi.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we thank you today that we are here to record another great stride and feats that you have done in our dear state. We thank you for the leader that you have given to us in River State. in person of your servant, His Excellency Yesom Ezewa Wike. We thank you for wisdom. We thank you for right leadership. We thank you, Lord, for the conception of laudable projects, of which one of them is the Mother and Child Hospital, for which we are here to commission. Dear Lord and Father, we pray that you continue to guide and lead him. We pray that you continue to give him the boldness of leadership, the voice to speak for his people. We pray that, God, you will protect and guide him. We pray that you will give him spiritual and physical strength. We pray that, God, that you will bless his ideas and vision. And that, God, at the end, all glory and honor will be given unto you. And now, O Lord, we commit this ceremony into your hands. That all we shall do here, O God, shall be directed and guided by your governance. That at the end of this ceremony, your name and your name alone shall be glorified. And the blessing shall be upon your people. We pray in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Because building this hospital is what the governor has taken upon himself. Perhaps he will also take upon himself providing human resource for health. Sound human resource for health. We have a sound infrastructure. And if you have qualified human resource for health with a sound attitude, you have sound governance, you have sound maintenance, what else do you need? You do not need to go anywhere else outside here for your treatment. I want to turn my attention to women for whom this is intended here. I cannot add children. It's a women and children hospital, but I will speak to the women who are the mothers of the children and say that take this hospital as your own. This is yours. You defend it, you protect it. If you see somebody taking something outside that's not his own, it's up to you to query it. Do not say it's not your business. It is your business. If you see somebody throwing things away, litter, stop that person to pick it up. He's dead in it. Take ownership of this place. And do not expect that it is belonging to somebody else. It is called Hospital for Women and Children. I'm very happy to see that it has been completed at a community level. It rivals any hospital I've seen anywhere else. This hospital is a very important way station in the health strategic structure, which begins with primary health care. I was just whispering to His Excellency just now of the new design we have for primary health care, which will also include staff quarter, and I'm extremely excited that health quarter is included here. There will be no excuse for no doctor not showing up for emergencies. And also the secondary health care, which at the moment is very weak in many areas, to take referrals from the specialty, from the primary health care sector. I want to assure you that the federal government, Ministry of Health, will support both the primary and secondary health care to bring them up to stage, because most of the burden of management of small diseases, malaria, diarrhea, backache, headache, toothache, immunization, family planning, they all take place at the primary health care level. Most of the health education, hygiene, personal hygiene, domestic hygiene, food hygiene, antenatal care, they take place at that primary health care level. That is where much of the health of the nation is designed and starts. The secondary health care takes a referral for middle level things, cesarean section, appendix, specialties. I want to assure you that we shall direct the tertiary health care belonging to the federal government here to support the secondary health care at no cost to the state government, with specialists, with specialties in health, in pediatrics, ONG, surgery, and internal medicine, provided they have a place to stay. Again, I want to commend the governor for this very beautiful edifice. I want to again remind all of you that it belongs to the state. You take care of it, you take ownership of it. And the management structure has to be different from what is presently being used anywhere. And then finally, the support of the National Health Insurance Scheme, which is expecting a new law. And that new law that makes health insurance mandatory for all citizens to be able to expand the fiscal space for health resources and health care, will come as a benefit to an edifice like this to engage in payment for service that will contribute greatly to keeping it running in a sustained manner. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and more grease to your elbow.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the Special Guest of Honor, this is the Mother and Child Hospital. You commissioned, you go to doctor's quarter. But before then, it is important to let all of us, the only people that are allowed to enter here, which I will supervise, are our dignitaries, those who came with the Honorable Minister, and our leaders of the state. Not every medical doctor will enter here. The only person in the party hierarchy is the chairman of the party. We are not going to allow everybody to enter here. The security must stay out. Today is not your day inside. Stay here and watch those who come and kill us. Don't enter inside. Only the press will enter inside, and the Honorable Minister and our leaders in the state. So I just have to say it now. Not everybody, not every assembly member will enter here. Please, so that we don't need to destroy things. Because with the crowd I've seen now, if you allow them here, we'll be to trouble. The management of Johannesburg, yes, and leaders of our state. So, Honorable Minister, as a commission, I will stay here to say those who come in and those who will not come in. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, we have here in front of us a magnificent edifice, Mother and Child Hospital. This hospital meets the standard anywhere in the world. And I want to appreciate the energy and the vision in here. On behalf of the government of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Health, I hereby commission this hospital to the glory of God and to the benefit of mankind. Mother and Child Hospital. And I want to say that I very strongly appreciate the logo here. It tells the whole story. Mother and Child Hospital, Rumuomasi. The Mother and Child Hospital was built by His Excellency Chief Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo Wike, CON, GSSRS, POS Africa, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, and commissioned by Dr. Osage Ehanire, MD, FWA, CS, Honorable Minister of Health, Federal Republic of Nigeria, on this 7th day of June, 2021. To God be the glory.
Thank you.
The official commissioning of Mother and Child Hospital by the Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ohaire. Okay. And now, is the touring of the facility. We have the reception. The reception has the capacity to accommodate over 100 persons. The edifice has over 250 bed capacity. The Commissioner of Health, the waiting room has emergency ward, pediatric ward, it has records room, injection room, and others. Of course, this is the official commissioning of the Mother and Child Hospital. That is the reception. The waiting room 101. With state-of-the-art facility. The emergency pediatrics ward has modern equipment, enough bed space, and well ventilated. Governor Wike taking the Minister of Health round the facility. The pediatrics ward also has 202, which is about the largest ward with state-of-the-art facility. A proof that this administration is committed to improve the health care delivery in the state. It also has consulting rooms. It has play area for children with beautiful wallpapers. The gynecology ward has enough bed space. Nigeria estimated maternal mortality ratio was over 800 100 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. So the ultra-modern mother and child specialized services in the area of mother and child care is deliberately constructed to serve the need of the state in that regard. Governor Nyesom Wike, earlier in his speech, had said that the world has obstetric emergency. So and that is the word. There is also Pediatrics Ward 201 with state-of-the-art facility, enough bed space with baby cribs, cradles and beds, convenient baby cot and designs. You also have the Pediatrics Ward 1. That one is for VIP treatment with modern equipment. The health and medical care of infants, children will surely be taken care of here in this hospital. The operating theater and pharmacy is also there. We have the lounge, and of course the mini semi-VIP. It has ballroom 201, recovery room, theater, operating theater 101 with equipment, pediatric 201, staff room and conference room, beautiful wallpapers and other artwork. We also have children's playroom with restroom. And that is also a pediatric ward 201 with state-of-the-art facility, enough bed space with baby cribs, cradles, beds, baby cots, and beautiful designs. We have semi-VIP rooms with lounge, neonatal intensive care. There is also the neonatology, which is a subspecialty of the pediatrics that consists of the medical care of newborn infants, especially the ill or premature newborn babies. We have the recovery, the state-of-the-art facility. Governor Wike, they're taking time to show Minister for Health the Mother and Child Hospital. Nigeria infant mortality rate was estimated at 78.7 deaths per 1,000 live births. Aside from infant mortality, another area of concern is maternal mortality. A look at the statistics shows that there is more to be done as regards mother and child care. And of course, Rivers State government took over full funding of the project. And due to the governor's desire to see the speedy completion of the facility, Governor Wike had released over 70% of funding needed for the purchase of equipment for the hospital. And of course, we can see that, which is evident there. The ultra-modern mother and child hospital is aimed at providing specialized services in the areas of mother and child care. The magnitude of the facility is deliberately constructed to serve the need of the state in that regard. Apart from the ultra-modern mother and child hospital, Governor Nyesom Wike's administration have also made many interventions in the healthcare sector. From the establishment of a medical school in Rivers State University to the former Wet Memorial Specialist Hospital to the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, with an investment of $10 million in purchase of medical equipment. The massive intervention simultaneous with healthcare delivery in the state. The government has also embarked on the construction of 4 multi-story regional referral hospitals in Bori and Degeman. Of course, we've seen equipment prove that health is a priority as far as human existence is concerned. And of course, the Rivers State government has treated it in the same manner. The Mother and Child Hospital will offer specialist services exclusively for mothers and children. Governor Wike earlier in his speech had promised that he will address critical problems in the health sector of the state before the end of his administration. Governor Wike says he is committed to improve the health facilities so as to provide quality health care and delivery in the state. We also have the doctors' quarters, the state-of-the-art facility, and that is the doctors' quarters. The laboratory, we also have an emergency. The waiting room has emergency ward, pediatric ward, records room, injection room. The Mother and Child Hospital is about the largest hospital for mother and child in the South. The Mother and Child Hospital is one of the legacy projects of the River State government aimed at improving access to quality health care for mothers and children. It is a two-story complex with 258-bed capacity, 50 delivery rooms, 6 modular theaters with several other modern facilities. The pediatric ward 2 has enough bed space, which of course is a proof that BK's administration is committed to improving the health care delivery of the people of the state. The gynecology ward has enough bed space. And of course, Nigeria estimated maternal mortality ratio was over 800 maternal deaths per 1,000 live beds. So the ultra-modern mother and child specialized services in the area of mother and child care is deliberately constructed to serve the need of the state in that area. The hospital has facility of international standard. It has pediatric emergency wards, 6 modular theater, 50 delivery rooms, IVF centers for those looking for babies. It has a CT scan, physiotherapy units, 3 generating sets, among others. Earlier, the governor had, alongside the Minister of Health Commission, or signed the agreement and also flagged off Dr. Peter Odili Cancer and Cardiovascular Diseases Diagnostic and Treatment Center. This shows that Governor Wike is dedicated to improving the health sector here in the state. And also earlier in the year, Governor Wike had also commissioned Government House Clinic and commissioned the Rivers State University School of Medicine. The ultra-modern facility is a two-story building complex. It has 50 delivery rooms and 6 modular theaters, among other modern facilities. The health facility will provide specialist services for mothers and, of course, children. The Rivers State government is committed to provide the health facilities so as to provide quality health care delivery in the state. This is the first mother and child hospital that will take care of children and mothers. The hospital will be attached to the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital to train doctors. Governor Nyesom Wike had pledged that his administration, though will not solve all the problems in the healthcare sector before 2023, but will strive to improve on what was met on ground. The rehabilitation of all the zonal hospitals across the state, of course, is completed, and healthcare delivery will receive a major boost in Rivers State. The Mother and Child Hospital will offer specialist services exclusively to mothers and children. Governor Wike had earlier promised that he will address critical problems in the health sector of the state before the end of his administration. The ultra-modern Mother and Child Hospital is aimed at providing specialized services in the areas of mother and child care. The magnitude of the facility is deliberately constructed to serve the need of the state in that regards. Health, we all know, is a priority as far as human existence is concerned, and the Rivers State government has treated it in the same manner. This hospital is one of the legacy projects of the Rivers State government, which is aimed at improving access to quality health care for mothers and children. The hospital will provide access to affordable healthcare delivery for the people of the state. The Mother and Child Hospital is a first in the entire South-South. It is a two-story complex with 258 bed capacity and other state-of-the-art facility. Including a pediatric emergency ward, modular theater, delivery rooms, IVF centers, physiotherapy units, injection rooms, the Mother and Child Hospital has a peculiar history. Governor Wike had said that his administration is not isolating any sector and pledged to do more for the people of the state. Assured of the support of the federal government in both the primary and secondary health care.
Please, may we all
Nigeria infant mortality rate was estimated at 78.7 deaths per 1,000 live births. Aside from infant mortality, another area of concern is maternal mortality. Of the commissioning of the Mother and Child Hospital. On behalf of the outside broadcast crew, we thank you so much for watching. I am Jenny Bassi. I'm back to the studio.
Revision classes on television for students in secondary schools in English and mathematics will commence on the NTA. The revision classes will transmit Mondays to Fridays from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on the network service of the NTA. This is organized in preparation for the various national examinations and orders. This is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Education.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
Wannan labarin ma yana peji na 36.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shine ainihin labarin da ke gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ọkwa ojii Ikenga eziokwu
nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu Ndukwe Igbo
mam iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya
ọjọtụtụ na-ewutelu unu
nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
Did you get to see the way Daily Babadu pulls this?
Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, child, and issue.
Largely cool.
بأيديكم إلى التهلكة. That is can do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of...
Congratulations, you were able to sign Timo Werner from RB Leipzig.
So you take water before your workout.
People have used their phone, using TikTok to do this.
Should I go for test? Should I...
A lot of people don't even have resources.
I'm Cecil, and this is the Medley Show on NTA.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Revision classes on television for students in secondary schools in English and mathematics will commence on the NTA. The revision classes will transmit Mondays to Fridays from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on the network service of the NTA. This is organized in preparation for the various national examinations and orders. This is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Education.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Corruption has a corrosive impact on growth and business operations. It affects inequality and income distribution and also affects the overall governance and business environment. This is why we all have to join hands together to see it brought to its barest minimum. And as the EFCC chairman has always advocated, you do your part and we do ours, and together we will have a better Nigeria. Welcome to another episode of The Eagle. My name is Aisha Mohammed. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Hello there. The fight against corruption involves you and I. I will play my part and you will play yours. Join me, Abdurrashid Bawa, Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, on the Together Against Corruption Challenge, and lend your voice to the fight against economic and financial crimes always. Thank you.
The fight against corruption is a collective one. And as such, collaboration is needed as a very important part of achieving the EFCC mandate, which is to bring corruption and economic and financial crimes to its barest minimum, if not totally eradicated. In this report, we'll bring you updates of some collaborative efforts the Commission is having with some agencies in achieving its mandate. But before this, Aisha Gambari tells us more about this and another report. Over to you, Aisha.
Nigeria has called for the simplification of evidentiary requirements and other mutual legal assistance procedures to enhance international cooperation and facilitate timely recovery and return of stolen assets. This position was presented by Abdurrashid Bawa, Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), while presenting Nigeria's statement at the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on Corruption in New York, United States of America. Bawa said measures must be introduced to mitigate the continuous flow of illicit funds from least developed to developed countries, adding that state parties must continue to commit the timely return of illicit assets and ensure implementation of effective anti-money laundering measures by international financial centers.
The fight against illicit financial flows is urgent and important in our collective efforts to address corruption. We remain committed to our efforts to track, investigate, prosecute corrupt individuals and entities and repatriate such funds and assets to their countries of origin. Nigeria looks forward to the full implementation of all the commitments expressed in the political declaration, particularly on asset recovery and return, to support the development, financing, as well as implementation of the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development.
The declaration, which were agreed upon in advance through intergovernmental negotiation by state parties to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption (UNCAC, covers the thematic areas of prevention, criminalization and law enforcement, assets recovery and international cooperation, as well as cross-cutting issues like education and research, amongst others.
Nigeria has participated in the first and second review cycles of United Nations Convention Against Corruption, implementing review processes as a reviewing and reviewed state. It has enacted a mutual legal assistance law in line with the recommendation of the review process. Recently, the Parliament launched the 2021 Legislative Anti-Corruption Agenda, which seeks to provide a clear roadmap for a reform-based legislative intervention to prevent and combat corruption and financial crimes in Nigeria. Some of the bills before the Parliament include the Witness Protection Bill, the Proceeds of Crime Bill, and the Public Interest Disclosure and Complaint Commission Bill. Mr. President, the systemic imbalances and institutional deficiencies in the global tax treaties and structures frame when most developing countries were under foreign rule in many respects continue to occur and give rise to a tax regime that is unsuited of the current era, and thus hindering effective measures at combating tax abuses, especially by multinational corporations. Mr. President, now more than ever, governments at all levels must rise to their responsibility and continue to commit to transparency and accountability in public expenditure.
Bauer further said that Nigeria acknowledges the very beneficial use of settlements and non-trial resolutions to ensure the disgorgement of illicit gains from corrupt acts. He called on jurisdictions negotiating settlements to inform affected jurisdictions that a negotiation towards a settlement is taking place and proactively share information on concluded settlements.
Measures must be introduced to mitigate the continuous flow of illicit funds from least developed to developed countries in the world. State parties must continue to commit to the timely return of illicit assets and ensure implementation of effective anti-money laundering measures by international financial centers. Nigeria further highlights the beneficial use of settlements and non-trial resolutions to ensure the disgorgement of illicit gains from corrupt acts. It calls on jurisdictions negotiating settlements to, in a timely manner, inform affected jurisdictions that a negotiation towards a settlement is taking place and proactively share information on concluded settlements. We are pleased that the UNGA's political declaration reiterates previous resolutions on settlements and urge states to fully cooperate in this regard.
The EFCC chair underlined the threats which corruption poses to the world, among which is the huge negative impacts on the stability, peace, and economic prospects of millions, particularly in developing countries. He, however, noted that Nigeria, under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, has been upfront in its commitment to fighting corruption as the government developed a national anti-corruption strategy as a framework for preventive and law enforcement engagement and introduced measures to mitigate revenue leakage, including a whistleblower policy which led to the recovery of $43 million.
Nigeria, like many other countries, has suffered from the damaging effect of corruption. The country has lost billions of dollars to foreign tax havens, stolen and expatriated by corrupt leaders and their foreign accomplices, including multinational companies. However, since the return of democracy in 1999, Nigeria has prioritized the fight against corruption and established anti-corruption agencies such as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and the Code of Conduct Bureau to lead the fight against corruption. Nigeria
under the leadership of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, has made the fight against corruption one of the cardinal objectives of the administration. Under his leadership, civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, and whistleblowers are encouraged to join the fight against corruption and contribute their quota in this regard. One instance of such whistleblowing led to the recovery of over 43 million United States dollars in 2017. Public corruption is being exposed by the day, and several politically exposed persons have been and are being prosecuted and divested of their illicit assets. We have been engaging with international law enforcement agencies across the world, and some of the collaboration has led to the recovery and repatriation of stolen funds, including the recent return of £4.2 million by the UK government that was stolen from Nigeria by a former governor.
He also highlighted Nigeria's efforts in strengthening the legislative framework for anti-corruption in the country, including the launch of the 2021 Legislative Anti-Corruption Agenda, which seeks to provide a clear roadmap for a reform-based legislative intervention to prevent and combat corruption and financial crimes in Nigeria.
Procurement processes in Nigeria have been strengthened, and activities of the gatekeepers are being monitored through the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering to serve as deterrence to the stealing of the public funds in the country. Policies have been introduced to mitigate revenue leakages, including the development of National Anti-Corruption Strategy, NACS. The NACS is developed with 5 identified cardinal pillars on prevention, public engagement, ethical reorientation, enforcement and sanctions, and recovery and management of stolen assets. The strategy is aimed at providing a national roadmap in the fight against corruption. Nigeria has sustained her commitment to the social reuse of recovered assets, as demonstrated in the funding of major infrastructural projects and other social initiatives consisting of cash transfers to the most vulnerable groups in the country.
In concluding his position to the special session, Bawa said Nigeria looks forward to the full implementation of all the commitments expressed in the political declaration, particularly on asset recovery and return, to support development financing as well as the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development.
Mr. President, Nigeria therefore calls a multifaceted approach in addressing illicit financial flows as recommended by the high-level panel report on international financial accountability, transparency, and integrity for achieving the 2030 agenda. The report provides paths to financial integrity for sustainable development, strongly showing how to redirect the resources lost from illicit flows to finance implementation of the 2030 agenda and the achievement of the SDGs. Nigeria further calls for the simplification of evidentiary requirements and other mutual legal assistance procedures to seize, confiscate, repatriate proceeds of corruption as appropriate to enhance international cooperation for timely recovery of returned assets.
The special session, which opened on June 2, 2021, was designed to examine measures to prevent and combat corruption and strengthen international cooperation pursuant to the United Nations General Resolution 73-191 and 74-276, as well as Decision 74-568, including the adoption of a set of action-oriented political declaration on corruption. Apart from representing Nigeria's statement, the EFCC bus also participated in a number of side events, most of which held virtually. Aisha Gambari, reporting for the Eagle. The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have resolved to strengthen their collaboration in tackling corruption in the financial sector. Speaking during a courtesy visit to the EFCC headquarters in Abuja, the chairman of the CIBN, Bayo Olugbemi, stated that there was need to intensify collaboration and sought the support of the EFCC in sanitizing the financial sector. He also requested the EFCC's assistance in training and certification that will assist the institute in dealing with emerging challenges. The CIBN mooted the idea of having a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, which will moderate the activities of the two organizations. In his remarks, the EFCC Director of Operations, Abdul Karim Chuko, who stood in for the Executive Chairman of the Commission, Abdurrashid Bawa, appreciated the team for their visit, stating that the EFCC was ready to collaborate with stakeholders in enhancing the fight against corruption in Nigeria. Chukol said the EFCC alone cannot win the war, as it is a collective responsibility of everyone to do so. The head of the Lagos Zonal Office of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ahmed Gali, has called on critical stakeholders in the anti-graft war to join hands with the Commission in tackling the menace of computer-related fraud in the country. He made the appeal in Lagos during an engagement with critical stakeholders from the civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the media. Gali said the engagement with the stakeholders was a fallout of the increasing spate of cybercrime in the country. He stressed that there is an urgent need to reach out to critical stakeholders in the society on the growing issue of internet fraud in Nigeria, because computer-related frauds have taken a very dangerous dimension with its attendant consequences. He further stated that the EFCC needs the support of all to sustain the anti-graft fight in the country. Speaking during the event, a member of the Center for Public Accountability, Olufemi Lawson, called for corruption prevention actions aimed at catching them young, while a representative from the Impact Africa Initiative, Latifa Abdussalam, pointed out that parenting is a big deal and definitely needs catching them young to avoid breeding bad eggs into the society. Representing AML and CFT CSO Forum, Efe Anahuge said there was a need for Nigerians to own the war against corruption, and Comrade Declan Ihehari, a member of the Activists for Good Governance, gave assurance that the CSOs and the NGOs were ready to partner with the Commission in achieving its mission.
The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, has described as alarming the rate of procurement frauds in public service in Nigeria. He stated this in his goodwill message at the opening ceremony of the year 2021 First Batch Conversion Training Program to Procurement Cadre for federal parastatals and agencies, organized by the Bureau of Public Procurement at the Digital Bridge Institute, Oshodi, Lagos. Aisha Gambari again tells us more.
Bawa, who was represented by head Lagos Zonal Office of the EFCC, Mohammed Ahmed Gali, added that many procurement professionals in federal institutions were not aware of the potholes that must be avoided in the discharge of their duties. He therefore lauded the organization for the training, stating that when public officers are rightly informed or armed with the prerequisite knowledge to enhance their performances on their jobs, the likelihood of getting involved in fraudulent acts or corrupt practices will be minimal, and the society will be the greatest beneficiary.
One of the major ways that government are having leakage is at the point of procurement. So we have our government officials conversant of how to block that leakages and how to be careful and go about the potholes in the process of procurement. It will definitely save a lot when it comes to corrupt practices in public procurement, and also government will have value for the money she's spending to procure goods and other services.
He further described the BPP as an ally in the anti-corruption war, and that the procurement fraud section of the EFCC was established to check procurement fraud in the public sector, and urged the participants to take maximum advantage of the training so as to be better procurement officers.
According to Wikipedia, Forgery is a white-collar crime that generally refers to the false making or material alteration of a legal instrument with the specific intent to defraud anyone other than themselves. Forgery involves a false document, signature, or other imitation of an object of value used with the intent to deceive another. And those who commit forgery are often charged with the crime of fraud. Documents that can be the object of forgery include contracts, identification cards, and legal certificates. The Eagle crew had a one-on-one chat with the head Foreign Exchange Malpractice section of the EFCC, Hawa Ringim, who gave an insight into forgery fraud and its consequences. Enjoy.
According to Section 465 of the Criminal Code Act, it defines forgery as a person who makes a false document in writing, knowing it to be false, with the intent that it may be used as genuine to the prejudice of another person in a state or elsewhere, is said to have committed forgery, or with an intent try to convince another person to act on a document, knowing fully well that that document is forged. That person is said to have committed, said to have forged a document or writing. Forgery can also be faking of someone else's signature without permission. It can also be making a false document or an object, or changing an existing document or an object without authorization. The most common type of forgery is forging someone else's signature on a check. But other things can also be forged, like object, data, wills, historical papers, diplomas, licenses. All those things can also be forged. Currency and consumer goods can also be forged, but that is called counterfeiting. We have classification of forgery. We have false writing. For a writing to qualify as forgery, that writing must have legal significance and it must be false. What do I mean by legal significance? That document must be government issued. Example, we have driver's license, passport, identification cards. Then it must be transactional document, that is to qualify a writing as a forgery. Financial transactional documents such as deeds, receipts, and grants. Then we have financial instruments such as checks, stocks, certificates. Other documents such as wills, prescription, tokens, and artworks can also be forged. As I said, under the common law, forgery was limited to altering or falsifying of writing. But modern law includes passing and using of documents, knowing fully well that that document you are using or you are passing is a forged document. It's also called altering. For example, somebody used a fake driver's license to buy stuffs in a supermarket. You see, that person is not the originator of that driver's license, but for the fact that he knew that that license was fake and he used it for his own advantage, he has committed altering. Implication of forgery in the Nigerian economy. Forgery, not even forgery, forgery in whatever form or any other form of economic and financial crime has a potentially devastating effect on the Nigerian economy, on Nigerian security, and by extension, the social well-being of Nigerians. So the implication of forgery, I said, it has very devastating effect, for example, on the bank and its customers. A person goes and forged a customer's signature in the bank, because I said earlier, the common type of signature is signature on checks. You forge somebody else's signature on a check, you go to the bank, you cash out the money. Definitely it will be so devastating on the customer and the bank itself. The credibility of the bank will reduce in the eyes of the customer. Then government revenue reduces. You see, for example, people go to forge stamp duty, they forge receipt, they forge revenue receipts. That revenue ought to have gone to the government, but somebody else's has gone to forged those receipts. So those revenues, instead of going to the government, go to private pockets. Thereby, we'll have infrastructural deficits. For instance, Section 467 of the Criminal Code Act stipulates penalty for forgery. It says when a person forges any document, writing, or seal, is guilty of an offense, that is, he's guilty of felony, if there is no any other punishment provided, which is like 3 years imprisonment. But the offense, the punishment might differ depending on the actual place that offense was committed. If it's committed in let's say in Abuja, might be 3 years. If it's committed somewhere else, the offense, the punishment might differ. Then the same sections talk about forgery of public seal. The same section, 467, talks about forgery of public seal. When you forge a public seal, the punishment is conviction to life imprisonment. When a person forges an item like register, security, title, or anything related to revenue, he's liable to 14 years imprisonment. So then forgery of court records, evidences, seals, process of court fetches a conviction of not less than 7 years imprisonment. Those are basically a punishment and penalty for forgery. Say no to forgery before you are caught. Say no to economic and financial crimes before you are caught, because try to imbibe the spirit of hard work and integrity. EFCC is watching you. Thank you.
Well, you all heard the head foreign exchange malpractice session of the EFCC, Hawa Ringrim, as she reiterates the need for collective effort to fight forgery in this country, and that the EFCC has been collaborating with other law enforcement agencies to make sure forgery cases are minimized. And that's how we wrap up today's episode of The Eagle. You can kindly send your enquiries and suggestions on anything about the EFCC to theeagle@efccnigeria.org. You can also search and follow us on all our social media platforms at Official EFCC. And before I leave, as usual, here are some parting words from former South African President Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, "The first thing is to be honest with yourself. You can never make an impact on society if you have not changed yourself. Great peacemakers are all people of integrity, of honesty, but humility. Do the right thing always. See something, say something, and sure, as usual, the EFCC will do something about it." My name is Aisha Mohammed. From all of us here, it's goodbye. God bless Nigeria, and please be kind to one another.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
No! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, oh compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond 6 packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep paying telephone bills. Keep paying all my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
NTA.
Good evening, a very warm welcome to you. Thanks for joining us. This is Nationwide on the network service of the NTA. I'm Ruth Aguela. The Nigerian International Petroleum Summit, key players say, has countered to serve as a strong platform that has fostered engagement amongst industry players from the private and public sectors to create vast opportunities for the industry to thrive. Well, the summit has also promoted Nigeria's oil and gas industry and enormous opportunities within Nigeria's energy sector. That is attracting global investment, sustaining strategic gathering of industry leaders despite health and global crisis created by the COVID-19 pandemic that shook the entire world. Key players say this is born out of the resolve of maintaining Nigeria's leading role in hydrocarbons in Africa. Various speakers are optimistic that with the steady progress may be made globally, 2022 will be a year of recovery for the oil and gas industry. A turn now to other issues. Protecting public infrastructure ignited emotions at a special town hall meeting held in Abuja. The Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed, who set the stage for the meeting, was categorical about the sad situation.
Railway tracks are being subjected to wanton destruction. Bridge railings are being removed. Manhole covers are being pilfered. Street lights and other power infrastructure, oil pipeline, telecoms facilities, and critical aviation infrastructure are being damaged or stolen on a daily basis.
Ministers of Transportation, Works, FCT and Aviation gave graphic illustrations of the situation and called on security agencies to rise in protecting these assets as they threaten the lives of innocent citizens. The Imo State Police Command says the attack on its command headquarters has resulted in the killing of the mastermind of a series of assaults on police formations in the state. The public relations officer Bala El-Kana made this known to journalists after the latest attack on the police headquarters in Owerri. Let's hear more from Lorita Arinze-Egwem.
The attempted attack on the Imo State Command Headquarters early hours of Sunday, June 6, 2021 is one out of the many attacks targeted at individuals and facilities in Imo State. Briefing journalists in Owerri, the police public relations officer Bala El-Kana says the attempted attack on the police command headquarters was successfully repelled through a multi-agency collaboration. He says the police special forces in synergy with the army, DSS and other forces engaged the attackers in a gun duel, which led to the killing of 5 of the bandits, while 1 was captured alive.
Here among the 5 is the dreaded, notorious dragon that everybody is talking about. He is the leader of the gang in Imo State. He is the one masterminding all the attacks we are seeing. He is the one coordinating it. He is the overall boss, leading the operations.
He urges anyone in custody of weapons possibly stolen by the bandits from security agencies to return them to the nearest police station or any of the military formations in the state on or before the 12th of June 2021, as anybody caught after the deadline will face the full weight of the law. One of the suspects captured alive confessed to the crime.
The policemen got me, and not only me, we are more than 5, we are more than 7.
Items recovered from the suspects.
We apologize for that abrupt end. Lorita there reporting, but still staying in Owerri as residents continue to worry over the spate of violent attacks in the state. The arrest of the only surviving member of the attackers of the Imo State Police Command headquarters has revealed that the group has funding from external forces, we hear. He made the revelation during interrogation in Owerri. Once again, Lorita Arinze-Egwem reports.
Stanley Osinachi is the surviving member of the gang which attempted to attack the Imo State Police Command headquarters Owerri. The arrest of Osinachi, who hails from Mberi in Mbitolu local government area of Imo State, has brought about some level of revelation as to the funding of insecurity in the state. According to him, the group is heavily funded from abroad. He says they largely depend on the charms procured from Aguleri in Anambra State, stressing that they have been responsible for various attacks on police facilities in Imo State.
Sorry, nobody is coming to visit us. Rather, maybe our headman, our commander, Big Dragon, is the one that is moving to collect money. Money? From who? From who? Sometimes he feels like people in abroad. People in abroad.
The police public relations officer, Imo State Command, Bala El-Kana, assures of greater commitment to the fight against insecurity in the state.
If we are not working as a team, we wouldn't have achieved this feat. The DSS were giving us information, the army, nobody is looking at the difference in the uniform. We all look at ourselves as members of the same family who are here to restore peace to the people of Imo State.
Osinachi led the police to their hideout from where the female police officer kidnapped about 2 weeks ago in Oji was released. In Owerri, Lorita Arinze-Egwem, NTA News.
Let's look at other issues. The National Broadcasting Commission has directed all broadcasting stations in Nigeria to suspend the patronage of Twitter immediately. They install Twitter handles and desist from using Twitter as a source of information gathering for news and programs presentation, especially phoning. Now, this follows the suspension of Twitter operations in Nigeria by the federal government over the persistent use of the platform for activities that are capable of undermining the corporate existence of the country. In a statement, the Acting Director General of the NBC, Professor Armstrong Gidachaba, said the Commission is issuing the directive because the Section 2, Subsection 1 of the NBC Act entrusts the Commission with responsibility to ensure strict adherence to national laws, rules and regulations, while another section of the Code provides that the broadcaster shall ensure that law enforcement is upheld at all times in a matter depicting that law and order are socially superior to or more desirable than crime and anarchy. The statement therefore appealed for strict compliance to the directive and noted that it will be unpatriotic for any broadcaster in Nigeria to continue to patronize the suspended Twitter as a source of its information. The headmaster of Tanku Salihu Islamia School, Tegina, has described as fake news a report on the social media platform suggesting that one of the kidnapped school's children is dead. Abdullahi Mohammed reports that this fake story has added to the anxiety of the parents of the Tegina adoptees.
It was on the social media platform that someone shared the story, and before daybreak, the headmaster has received dozens of visits and calls from some parents of the abductees seeking for explanations. And this breaks him down.
I'm not happy at all. I'm talking to you now. I'm not happy at all. Wallahi, I'm not happy. I don't know what to explain. Wallahi, I didn't eat anything since morning. I'm not happy. They add pain back to the pain we are in already. We are in. I have forgotten when I slept proper.
The pains of Malan Garban or the parents of the abductees, observers say, is a reflection of pains inflicted upon millions of people across the world by those bent on propagating fake news. In Tegina, Rafi, local government area of Niger State, Abdullahi Mohammed, NTA News.
There must be justice for the University of Ilorin undergraduate Blessing Olajide, who recently met her untimely death as a result of rape. In a statement, Minister of Women Affairs Dame Pauline Talon describes as most disheartening, heinous, barbaric and condemnable report of the alleged rape and murder of the young, promising Blessing Olajide. The minister reiterates President Muhammadu Buhari's administration's resolve to ensure that perpetrators of rape do not go unapprehended and unpunished. She urges the Commissioner of Police in Kwara State, all sister law enforcement agencies in the state, such as the DSS and the university management, to immediately swing into discreet investigations and action to fish out the perpetrators and the collaborators of this dastardly act, with a view to bringing them to book. The minister condoles with the parents, family and friends of the victims, as well as the management of the University of Ilorin over the misfortune and loss. The family unit, they say, is the custodian of moral values in any society. And so with the prevailing moral decadence coupled with the insecurity in the society, Nigerians are advocating a revival of family values to build a total child for a responsible future. Let's hear more from Ifoma Aikoje.
In most circumstances, every child is born into a family, while some are adopted into the unit. Whichever, it is expected that a growing child should acquire some values from this important unit of the society. However, religious, educational, social organizations, and the larger society also register some level of influence on any child, who then should be blamed for the alarming level of immorality, crimes, and criminality threatening the well-being of the society, especially among the younger generation.
Children are so over-pampered these days that by the time a child is in school and maybe a teacher do one or two things to make correction to correct the child for a better tomorrow, the parents take offense.
As a teacher, I've seen a lot of things that I ask myself questions if their parents are always there for them.
Surprisingly, even children hold similar opinion that the family has relaxed on its responsibility of imparting moral virtues in children, thereby resulting in the numerous atrocities committed by young people in recent times.
It's the parents that are making children more crazy these days,
because sometimes they are so busy and not be able to advise them.
When they report their children to the parents will deny that it's not their children that did that thing. Well, it's their children, and they know it is their children.
A lot of children are on the streets. Most of them do not have education, and yet they grow up and become touts, and it's the parents' fault.
These young minds and some early childhood experts profile ways to curb the increasing moral decadence.
You should set time for your children. The children should not be abused.
The level of education should be more improved.
In Uyo, Ifoma Ihoji, NTA News.
Zamfara State is ranked 4th among states of the Federation with the highest number of candidates that participated in the just concluded 2021 National Common Entrance Examinations. Acting Executive Chairman of the State Universal Basic Education Board, Muhammad Muazu, stated this while commenting on the conduct of the examinations in 22 centers across the 14 local government areas of the state. Jamilu Ibrahim has more.
The National Common Entrance Examination is conducted annually by the National Examination Council (NECO) to admit suitably qualified pupils into Junior Secondary School 1 of the federal government unity colleges across the country. After more than 7 years of virtually non-participation of pupils from Zamfara State public schools in the annual examinations, the present administration of Governor Bello Muhammad, through the State Universal Basic Education Board, decided to change the narrative effective from last year, when the state ranked 14th against 37th position it had been occupying over the years. The feat has been consolidated this year as a total of 4,800 pupils were registered for the exams, which was held over the weekend in more than 20 centers across the 14 local government areas of the state. Acting Executive Chairman Zamfara State Universal Basic Education Board, Alhaji Muhammad Ma'azu Mutuzgi, says this year the state is ranked first in northern Nigeria and fourth amongst the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT.
Things had been lost, but now the glory is back. We are happy. We thank God that this administration has now actually mandated local government council to ensure that every year a great number of students are selected.
Some of the candidates who spoke with NTA News expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the exams.
So how was the exams?
Exams fine. It is fine. There was no problem. The exam was okay.
The examination was generally conducted peacefully in all the centers visited. In Gusau, Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the appointment of Dr. Rukayetu Abdulkarim Gurung as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Administration and Women Affairs in the Office of the First Lady. She is a doctorate degree holder in curriculum instruction from the University of Maiduguri. She was at various times a lecturer at the University of Maiduguri, a deputy director at the National Universities Commission and a director at the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, Guru. Dr. Gurung, who was a senior lecturer at Bayes University in Abuja before her appointment, replaces Dr. Hajo Sani, who was recently appointed as Nigeria's delegate to the United Nations Educational and Scientific Organization in France. The president also approved the appointment of Dr. Mohamed Kamal Abdurrahman as senior special assistant to the president on health and development partners in the office of the First Lady. He holds a bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery from University of Maiduguri. He worked at the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, Yola Specialist Hospital, Sitobela Health Center in Swaziland, and at the National Agency for the Control of AIDS before his appointment as the personal physician to the First Lady in 2015 and reappointed in 2019. Dr. Abdurrahman will combine his new role with his position as the personal physician to the First Lady. Right, let's go on a first break. But when we come back, we'll be joining Awal Jabo in Lagos. Stay tuned.
Recently, both the president and vice president demonstrated leadership by being among the first Nigerians to have the AstraZeneca vaccine administered to them on live TV for all in the country to see. Subsequently, many federal ministers, political leaders and members of the Presidential COVID-19 Task Force have publicly taken the vaccine to follow in the footsteps of President Buhari and Vice President Oshibaja. To obtain it yourself, please go to the NPHCDA website. There is a link to click on in order to register and schedule your vaccination. In the meantime, please continue to wear face masks, wash your hands frequently, use hand sanitizer, and observe social distancing. This message was brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Thank you for staying with NTA Nationwide. Across countries, the girl child has gone through several transitions. At first, she was relegated to the background culturally and academically. Generally, her evolution revolved around domesticity. Through the ages, however, the shake-up of some traditional stereotypes has seen the girl child blossom into a powerful force in all spheres of human endeavor. The irony of this positivity is that attention on the boy child is minimal, and this deficit tends to manifest as he navigates his way through a tough world. Imole Ayotokede Ogunfowora takes a look at the challenges limiting the potential of the boy child and how they can be surmounted.
My previous schools, they were punishing students because of something they did wrong. Then the boys, they flogged them without even pitying them, but the girls, they spared them.
And the female child, they get more attention.
Tomorrow's husbands and fathers there, sharing some of their issues, they have come to realize that the deliberate attention given by society to the girl child invariably places them at a disadvantage. Onkiro Ugwadimma, a mother of 3 boys, argues that children go through same phases irrespective of gender and must therefore cross same hurdles in character molding.
The boy child is also raped. They're not talking about it. We need to begin to speak up to them, to talk about these issues. A man bottles up a lot, and because he bottles up a lot, then he will just come out and become a violent person. We don't want that anymore.
The popular public opinion is that minor concern for the boy child, who is assumed as capable due to masculinity, has led to a deterioration in his overall performance.
When you talk about violence and so on and so forth, it is fostered by men. When you talk about societal ills, it is fostered by men. When you talk about things that arrest our development as a nation, as a people, it is fostered by men.
The girl child that you have raised properly may end up marrying the boy child you did not raise. And so you find a lot of disoriented young men who are not balanced in their upbringing, young men who are not balanced in their development. And so what you find is that they do things that you would wonder whether something isn't wrong with them. But a lot of times it's not their fault, it's because somebody didn't do a proper job.
We have to inculcate character development as part of what we're working on with the students. Not only are we focusing on, of course, academic fields and academic sphere, but we're looking beyond that.
Onkiro believes that every child deserves the right to thrive, be loved, and granted the basic rudiments to succeed. In Lagos, Imole Ayotukede Ogunfowora, NTA News.
And now to health. As Lagos State strategizes ahead of possible new wave of COVID-19 pandemic, the House of Assembly is working on amending a bill to enhance the capacity of health workers across the state. This came to the fore at a public hearing to intimate stakeholders with the contents of the bill. Musa Toliat has details.
The bill, titled "A Law to Repeal and Reenact the Lagos State College of Health Technology and for Connected Purposes," is subjected to public hearing to get the input of stakeholders with a view to having a strong legislative backing for training of health workers in the state. Speaker, Lagos House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, who was represented, stated that the essence of the amendment is to make the bill more functional in line with global best practices, which require sustainable capacity building of health workers.
In the olden days, this technology always provide, as it were, nurses, technologies that can manage or man the primary health facilities in across the nation. But nowadays, there is need for us to rejig and to make it more functional for the benefit of all.
The institution already has a flurry of different categories and levels of education that they offer, but the new bill hopes to expand on what they offer.
They actually accommodated almost everything that we have been praying for, but just in a little bit of addition in the area of the staff emoluments and staff welfare.
The Lagos House of Assembly is proposing the amendment of the bill which established the Lagos State College of Health Technology in 1920. In Lagos, Musa Toliat, NTA News.
And for more reports on Nationwide, it's back to Ruth in Abuja. Ruth?
Thank you very much, Awal. The World Health Organization says an estimated 600 million illnesses and 420,000 deaths that occur every year globally are due to foodborne diseases. The World Food Safety Day therefore seeks to draw attention to the dangers of unsafe food to humanity. Let's hear more from Uche Ogochukwu.
Food is one of the essential necessities of life. It is in recognition of this that the UN General Assembly celebrates the day by drawing attention to its safety and responding to the global burden of foodborne diseases which affect people of all ages, especially children under 5 years and persons living in low-income countries.
Though it's evident that COVID-19 has not been transmitted by food, the pandemic has sharpened the focus on food safety-related issues, such as hygiene, antimicrobial resistance, zoonotic diseases, climate change, food fraud, and the potential benefits of digitalizing food systems.
In Nigeria, an estimated 173 million cases of diarrhea and 33,000 deaths are attributed to contaminated foods. The 2021 theme, Safe Food Today for a Healthy Tomorrow, therefore brings to bear the need for concerted efforts in saving lives to ensure immediate and long-term impact on safe production and consumption of food.
We envision a world where all people, especially the most vulnerable, have access to safe, nutritious food. So we therefore believe that food cannot be nutritious if it is not first safe for consumption.
The efforts on food safety have been irregular and reactionary, coming in the wake of major outbreaks of foodborne disease or food adulteration scandals. What is urgently needed, therefore, is sustained and sustainable investments in building our capacity to manage food safety risks from farm to table through an improved teamwork between the public sector, private sector, consumers, and other different stakeholders.
The day is also considering food production supply chain and its contribution to the economy, tourism, and sustainable development. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
Right, let's now join Ogochukwuka Ona in Benin for some more reports from that end.
Thank you, Ruth. Welcome to Benin.
Ekiti State government has put on hold for 3 months the approved consequential adjustment of the minimum wage for officers on grade levels 7 to 12, which commenced implementation in January this year. This is the fallout of the agreement reached with the leadership of the organized labor with the state government, following the shortfall in their allocations from the Federation account. Kola Adebobuyi reports that the salaries of political office holders and accounting officers were also slashed by 25% for 3 months.
All right, Benin seems to be having a challenge there. We may join them, definitely, maybe, in the course of the bulletin. But let's pick up from here. The federal government is to rebuild the 42 INEC offices attacked from 2019 to date. National Security Advisor Major General Babagana Monguno stated this while receiving a fire truck from the Federal Fire Service donated to INEC headquarters in Abuja. Mia Ogidi reports.
It may not withstand the guns, but can respond to the flames and control the level of damage. Out of the 42 fire incidents, 18 are arson, so appropriate for the battle.
We are all in a country where we know what is prevalent now. It is on this premise the Federal Fire Service is deploying this state-of-the-art firefighting truck to the INEC headquarters and the entire Maitama vicinity.
At the same time, it directed its state offices to take additional proactive measures around other INEC facilities nationwide.
The 3 men leading the battle to end attacks on INEC facilities are optimistic of victory.
President Muhammadu Buhari also, in the weeks to come, he will do whatever he can to reactivate the already destroyed properties of INEC, of course, within the confines of legality, to suppress any acts of criminality, destruction of public property.
I think we need to take into cognizance right from the building stage what we need to do or what we need to put in place.
Meeting for the second time in a week, hoping to meet again soon. Mayor Ogede, NTA News.
All right, let's take a second break. When we come back, we'll be joining Larry in Ibadan. He's going to pick up from where we left it.
Nigerian youths are about the greatest assets the country has at the moment. It is therefore not surprising that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is strategically responding to the yearnings of the youth through multiple projects and programs. Youth entrepreneurship support years by Bank of Industry, the Youth Investment Fund by the CBN, and several other conditional cash transfer programs. Recruitment of 774,000 social workers, majority of whom are youths, and so many other projects that are beneficial to youths directly or indirectly. If the administration can do all this, definitely with a degree of patience and time, it can achieve more. Nigerian youths must come together to say no to terrorism, no to vandalism, and no to all disruptive tendencies. Hashtag Youth for Greater Nigeria. Pacifying the youths, unifying the nation.
It's the dawn of a new era on NTA's flagship program, The Sports Parliament, revitalized with lots of varieties, including feedback responses from viewers. Sports Parliament, the weekly sports show that exposes all the intrigues in the Nigerian sports sector and projects an agenda on the way forward for Nigerian sports. On NTA every Thursday at 10:30 p.m. running for 1 whole hour discussing sports. The parliamentarians are more committed than ever to enlighten the viewers as the Sports Parliament takes it to a whole new level on the floor of the House. Keep a date with the Sports Parliament as motions are moved every Thursday on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with his gavel to harmonize sports resolutions. The House have it.
Nationwide, and welcome to Ibadan. The federal government has re-emphasized commitments to mitigating the growing concern of greenhouse effect, gave this assurance during a working
Man towards urbanization and development have continued to impact negatively on the level of progress and health of the environment and the people. To this end, the federal government is even more committed to implementing eco-friendly policies such as the Great Green Wall Program, gas flare regulations, and tree planting targets, among others, to reset humanity with nature.
We are thinking about looking at the issues in wet markets around the country, because that is also issue of biodiversity. The country is doing so much. All this planting of trees, making sure we restore the ecosystem, has so much to do with biodiversity.
The easiest way recovery is to plant. Just to plant and continue to plant, and that's why we're saying in whatever occasions you are doing, instead of doing party, doing all of that, why don't you make a commitment that if you are remembering your birthday, then plant.
While on a working visit to Frin, Ibadan, the minister also inaugurated some key projects and led other dignitaries to plant trees in commemoration of the World Environment Day. In Ibadan, Kemi Oshin, NTA News.
2 Division Nigerian Army Ibadan has emerged winner of the 2021 Corporal and Below competition held in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. Raliat Ibrahim has more.
The activities contested are drill, weapon handling, combat swimming, combat racing, navigation, and obstacle crossing. The 2 divisions in Ibadan topped the medal table with a total of 550 points. 32 Artillery Brigade Akure came second, while 22 Armor Brigade Ilorin and 4th Brigade Benin came third and fourth, respectively. The General Officer commanding 2 Division of the Nigerian Army expressed hope that the games have strengthened them to perform optimally in their duties.
The vision of the Chief of Army Staff is a professional Nigerian Army ready to accomplish assigned missions within a joint environment in defense of Nigeria. This we have to see that it is fully actualized in 2 divisions where we are. With the training we have done, I believe we are better fine-tuned.
Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak restated his administration's commitment to supporting the military and other security agents, noting that their tasks have become more challenging due to the security situation in the country.
We know your role, we know your duties, but you've been pulled back to do what is normally not your normal role and called to service. We thereby stress that your work keeps us together.
High point of the closing ceremony was the presentation of trophies and souvenirs. Raliat Ibrahim, NTA News.
Let's now rejoin Ruth in Abuja for continuation of Nationwide.
Thank you very much, Larry. All right, earlier we told you about the World Food Safety Day, which has been celebrated today. Well, we want to bring that back because we have a guest in the studio. Of course, you know the day looks at a way of creating awareness on unsafe foods, preventing unsafe foods for humanity. Our guest is Mr. John Atanda, National Coordinator, Food Atonda, I beg your pardon, Food Safety and Quality Program from the Federal Ministry of Health. Thank you very much for joining us.
It's a pleasure being here.
All right, now, how would you say the theme for this year, which is safe food for a healthy tomorrow, plays out in a country like Nigeria, where we get to see, unhygienic local markets, we see people eat in open places. What would you say?
I will say that that is the essence of even declaring a day like this, for such to address the issue of such, like sensitizing the entire world about the safety of food we eat, and then that to let people know that there is no need for us to ensure the safety of the food through our practices, food safety practices at different level, both at even during cultivation, at every set of the part of the supply chain, stage of the supply chain, whether the production, whether the processing, even the consumption. So that is the essence of declaring that's why the WHO, United Nations declare June 7 of every year as the day of World Food Safety Day. We already have World Food Day. That's October 16th of every year. Yes. But for food safety of that food, because not only food security issue now, provision of food now, but the safety of that food. So everybody have to be aware about it, and then you have to practice what makes that food to consume to be safe.
And talking about practicing, does the ministry wait for a day like this before ensuring that some measures are being put in place to ensure the safety of our foods? Or are there a regular routine of ensuring the safety of foods?
Yes. Okay. There's a structure on ground that the Federal Ministry of, especially Federal Ministry of Health, dedicated. We have a whole department for Food and Drug Service Department, and then we have a National Food Safety and Quality Program, which have developed a national policy on food safety and its implementation, which have been implemented all along. So that's based on that one, they have the provision of the policy to ensure food safety in the country, established National Food Safety Management Committee, comprising of all the major stakeholders in the food industry, on the food sector. We have the SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, we have NAFDAC, we have National Nigeria Agricultural Quarantine Services, even Customs, Science and Tech, all different agencies. It's made up of almost about 40-something members that anybody, every organization has to do with food safety in the country. So that structure is there. And then,
so what measures, aside the structure now, what measures to reach out to the public? Because we see these foods on display on our local markets, in our local markets, and we see people eat, in open places that are unhygienic. So what, practical steps are being taken?
Well, one of the things that the agencies, some agencies that are concerned, there are different, every agency of government have different mandates. Yes. So
but there's collaboration.
There's a collaboration. That's why I say that's what that National Food Safety Management Committee could do. It coordinates all the activities of all the agencies involved in the issue of safety and food safety. So that's why the issue of environmental, the state government have their roles to play. Some of those things that the local government have their role to play. The local government have their role to play, and then some of these mandates fall under some local governments.
Okay,
cool. Some of these informal food markets, you realize that they're under a particular local government, which need that all these local governments need to wake up to their responsibility. The state governments to wake up to their responsibilities. So that's a lot of sensitization and awareness. Most of these things have to do with culture, the behavioral practice, and then coupled with ignorance in some cases.
Okay.
So that's why the role of sensitization have been strengthened.
Okay.
The federal government have been doing the sensitization and awareness, and ensuring that those practices are discouraged.
Okay, so what would you be saying to Nigerians on a day like this? Beyond today, how do we ensure that our foods are safe if we want to protect humanity for a better tomorrow?
Yes. So with me, when we say food safety, is everyone's business.
Yes.
And then some saying that say what you eat, or what you eat is what you are. What you are is what you eat, or thereabout, or something like that. So it means that we need to be conscious of our food, the temperature, we keep the food at home, the hygiene practice. Are you getting me? The hygiene practice. As an individual, before you eat your food, wash your hands before processing. Then the environment, the environment be healthy, be clean. So everybody be aware, be conscious of the safety of the food we eat. Then by ensuring that we live a healthy life.
Indeed.
A healthy practice.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. John Atonda. Thank you very much for your time. Let's continue to ensure that our foods are safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's look at all the issues just coming in. President Muhammadu Buhari has formally granted audience to the acting chief of Army Staff, Major General Farouk Yahaya, urging the military to spare no efforts at dismantling obstacles to national security and stability. We'll bring you that report in our subsequent bulletin, but let's look at another one. Foreign Affairs Foreign state actors in Nigeria are rallying round the Nigerian government on the recent ban of Twitter and sustaining diplomatic support towards achieving national peace and development. Now, this was during a high-level solidarity visit they paid on the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jeffrey Onyama. That report will also come in a subsequent bulletin. Firewood and charcoal are major sources of cooking energy in rural Nigeria, which depletes natural ecosystem through deforestation. As a way of reducing reliance on the use of these cooking fuels, Rural Women Energy Security has developed and is distributing clean cooking stoves to women in rural communities in Nigeria. World Environment Day 2021 doubled as an opportunity for the group to support global advocacy for ecosystem restoration by promoting reforestation, tree planting, and use of alternative sources of energy for cooking in Nigeria.
Briquettes that enables them to continue to cook without using firewood. And so what we're trying to empower women to do is teach them technologies that will enable them eradicate poverty.
Not only women that raise us empower, even the men has been empowered. I believe they have so many good programs that we are enjoying, and we continue to enjoy it forever and ever.
Cooking activities is something that happens in a daily, and we just have to come up with ideas. If we want to stop people from illegal cutting down of our trees for firewood, then we need to provide alternative to the use of charcoals and firewood for our daily cooking activities.
Planting tree is one thing, but taking care of existing trees is another thing. We have to look at the way to take out all the mistletoe on existing trees in order for them to survive and to have a longer lifespan.
Our Benin Network Center and the Chukwu is now ready for us.
Joining us. Ekiti State Government has put on hold for 3 months the approved consequential adjustments of the minimum wage for officers on grade levels 7 and 12, which commenced implementation in January this year. This is the fallout of the agreement reached with the leadership of the organized labor with the state government and following the shortfall in the allocations from the Federation accounts. Kola Adebobuyi reports that the salaries of political office holders and accounting officers were also slashed by 25% for 3 months.
The decision for putting on hold the approved consequential adjustment of the minimum wage for the affected officers was reached after the state government made presentation of its financial position and pattern of expenditure based on the dwindling revenue from the Federation accounts. The state head of service and the representatives of the organized labor said the agreement on the adjustments became necessary to accommodate the state's income and to meet the salaries payment of workers.
With the purposeful leadership of His Excellency the Governor, that we are going to navigate out of this difficult phase, and everyone in Ekiti State, including workers that have been toiling all around the clock, would experience comfort.
State government reiterated its commitment to workers and shall not downsize the workforce or retrench any worker as a result of the financial challenges facing the state.
The state political office holders and other top government functionaries are also to make sacrifice of 25% reduction of their monthly salaries for 3 months, effective from the month of May, while the monthly running grants released to ministries, departments and agencies on monthly basis be reduced to reflect the latest economic realities. In Nigerian, Kola Adebobuyi, NTA News.
And now the face-off between the Ondo State government and medical doctors in the state hospitals has started taking its toll on healthcare delivery, as about 105 medical doctors have resigned from government services in the last 1 week. Olubunmi Iroju has details.
The strained relations between Ondo State government and medical doctors was largely caused by irregular payments of salaries and payment of half salaries by government. As at the last count, 50 medical doctors resigned from the State Hospital Management Board in the last few months, while 105 doctors have turned in their letters of resignation from the state's teaching hospital.
A lot of our doctors are moving to other neighboring states where the salaries are regular, because we are the only state in the southwest that have being hold salaries. The people on ground, they are not being paid and they have a lot of workload. So we are working on grading. So all we are just saying is that we should just be paid our salaries.
For now, doctors at the state-owned University of Medical Sciences Teaching Hospital, Akure, are offering skeletal services to only emergency cases.
Attended by the doctors and nurses, but they were complaining that they didn't pay them. They were not happy self. They just forced themselves to work. We are begging them to work.
Money that they pay in bit by bit. At times, one cannot even really plan well with that money. It's not the best thing.
Patients and residents appeal to the government and the doctors to reach a compromise in the interest of the people. In Akure, Olubumi Irojo, NTA News.
And Ruth has more on Nationwide.
The Buhari administration has been commended for critical interventions in the water sector, including the completion of 34 abandoned water projects nationwide, in addition to many new projects initiated. Guests on NTA's Good Morning Nigeria note that the nation is certainly not where it used to be in the water sector. Thomas Ogbetere has the report.
6 years ago, the water sector was in need of an overhaul, with moribund projects lingering for as long as 20 years. President Muhammadu Buhari's decision to declare a state of emergency eventually led to the completion of 34 hitherto abandoned water projects. A new national irrigation policy framework, as well as a robust partnership for expanded water, sanitation, and hygiene P-Wash campaign encouraged private sector investment in the sector, especially in the rural areas.
One of the components of P-Wash is what we call water and sanitation entrepreneurship. The idea is to promote young people or anybody, the people from the private sector, to be able to invest money, to build water schemes, to build sanitation facilities like toilets, and be able to run them, because this is happening all over the world. You go to places, you want to use the toilet, you drop a coin, and people earn a living out of it.
One of the big achievement has been the sector is now provided with data. Data that can help plan, see where the problems are, target the problem, address them, and solve them. And Nigeria is one of these countries with a rich data given the landscape of the water sector.
The Federal Ministry of Water Resources has done a lot to collaborate with Kwara State in terms of helping it solve some of these problems. When the minister was making presentation and he was mentioning the state, he didn't even mention Kwara State. And I know he has done a lot of things in the Kwara State.
Guests, however, raised concerns in the areas of poor funding of the sector, inefficient management of the nation's dams, and inability of some states and local government to key into the federal government's efforts. They urged the subnational governments to complement the federal government towards increasing access to water supply for the populace. In Abuja, Thomas Ogbetere, NTA News.
All right, we're done with Nationwide. We do well appreciate your company with us, but remember to stand against rape and rapists. I'm Ruth Aguele, but please we advise that you stay tuned to the NTA, because coming up immediately is the opening ceremony of Bauchi Pilgrims Camp at the Bauchi Airport. Stay tuned.
Everyone wants power.
So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
I'm the leaders of tomorrow. I'm the future of the world.
Lead the path that I must follow. Be the hand that I can hold.
Yeah. Keep your prejudice aside, so I can spread my wings and fly. I'm the seeds that you should sow. Nurture what and let me grow. I'm the children of the world. Yeah.
Expressing the deepest part of me, to follow my dreams, to be who I really wanna be.
Teach the truth and let me learn. Oh, like the fire that I yearn for. With desire, let me burn. Take me high. I'm the children of the world. I'm the leaders of tomorrow.
I'm the leaders of tomorrow.
I'm the future of the world. I'm the future of the world.
Lead the path that I must follow. Lead the path that I must follow. Cure to my disease. Instead of strife, let me be an instrument of peace.
Speak the words I need to hear. Here's the burdens that I bear.
This is the network service of the NTA.